What's going on? I am Nando.
And I am Diggins.
And this is Mostly Nitpicking, a podcast where every week we pick apart a piece of pop culture by looking exclusively at the details. Woo!
Woo, yay, hooray.
And this week we're doing a movie that has a snake in it. Is this the first movie this year with a snake in it?
Oh, that's a great question.
Right?
Trying to think. Have I seen any other snakes on cinema screens this year?
I mean, it won't be the last because we're going to have Anaconda, but I want to kind of think, I want to use my brain and not just look at a list of movies. None of them are jumping out at me as big snake movies from this year. Did Minecraft have a snake?
I don't think it did. It had a
Yeah,
dragon.
There probably aren't snakes in Minecraft very much, so yeah. But not that. Was there a snake in, well, I guess I didn't see Lilo and Stitch, but I don't think there's a lot of snakes in that movie. Although it's set in Hawaii, and as we know from Hard Ticket to Hawaii, sometimes the snakes come from somewhere else, get loose in Hawaii, and they cause a lot of trouble.
The cancer-infested snakes.
Yeah, so that could be, that could be part of it. Yeah, I'm going to say, without any certainty at all, that there probably wasn't a snake movie this year. Now I'm going to check. Just look at some of the top box office movies. And then find one immediately.
A friend of mine was asking me the other day, it's like, or we were talking about movies and the idea of like, what's the worst movie you saw in 2025 came up. And I was like, really like looking back at what I'd seen and thinking about it. And it might be Snow White.
Oh, really? I feel like, I mean, Snow White was rough. Don't get me wrong. You think Snow White was better than Minecraft?
Well, no, I think Snow White is worse than Minecraft in this formulation.
Or, excuse me, you think Minecraft is better than Snow White?
I mean, are they both bad movies and Nando's prediction shouldn't count as true? Absolutely. But was Minecraft better than what I would be describing as the worst movie I saw all year? Maybe.
What about Tron?
Oh, Tron sucked so bad.
Yeah, Tron's a whole lot of nothing. Like, oh, what about Flight Risk? That was this year. We love Flight Risk.
True.
I like them. Flight Risk is on HBO now, I think, or something. I've seen a lot of pictures of Flight Risk reminding me of Flight Risk stuff. That's pretty cool.
I mean, listen, we watched a lot of garbage this year.
Yeah, I do think a lot of the movies this year have been like kind of average, which is probably true of most years. So like,
oh yeah, I mean that's what average means.
That's true. Yeah, and yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing any snakes in these. Foundless Nation Bloodlines I don't think has a snake because they don't usually do animals. Oh, Bad Guys 2 must have had a snake. We haven't seen it, but there's traditionally
character, isn't there?
Yeah, it got recast because it was Mark Maron in the last one, and now it's somebody who kind of sounds like that.
You can't have Mark Maron back, not after the incident.
Not after what happened. Not after what he said about Saudi Arabia, which is where those movies really make money.
That's true.
That's their whole deal. Yeah, no, Snake at 28 Days Later, probably not.
I believe so.
Ballerina, probably not. Interesting. Wow. Do you think next year will be a better year for snakes?
Well, when in the in like the Chinese New Year, etc., what is the year of the snake?
Right now.
Oh, damn. Wow, we really dropped the ball.
People kind of say that that's why Zootopia 2, part of why like the Zootopia 2 China connection is so good is like they even got that thing right, and it's like they're fucking crushing it. But yeah, we are in the year of the snake.
Damn.
So yeah, I'm hoping. God, I mean, we've got a lot of big movies coming out next year. Some of them takes place in space, so those are going to be hard. Does the Odyssey have any snakes? Are there any?
I mean, it depends somewhat on how you interpret some of the monsters, but I would say generally not really.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Dune Part 3, is that next year? Those aren't really snakes.
I mean, it has worms, doesn't have snakes.
Yeah. Snake-like, but Wow. What's your favorite snake movie? So it's perhaps this. We're not going to talk without spoiling whether you love this or not.
So leaving Zootopia 2 out of the equation for now.
Yep.
My favorite snake movie. Ooh. Are we talking any movie that has a snake in it for any amount of time, or does the snake have to be a big part of it?
I would say you need to remember. I would say it has to be one of the top 5 most important animals in that movie. So like, I don't know. I think you could maybe consider Jungle Book a snake movie. That's kind of tricky because I would say it's like maybe in the top 5. But yeah, I don't know. What do you have a favorite? I'll tell you if it's a real snake movie or not. It's a poser snake movie.
Gosh, I so rarely think about my snakes,
Right?
and their cinematic debuts. I mean, obviously, look, we got to say it because obviously it's hanging over everybody's heads. It's not Snakes on a Plane.
Oh yeah, I like Snakes on a Plane though. Don't get me wrong. I had a good time with it.
Does Kung Fu Panda count? Lucy Liu is that snake in that movie.
Sure. Yeah. Kung Fu Panda. Yeah, I'd say Kung Fu Panda counts. How could you even rank the Furious Five in terms of importance?
You can't. It's impossible. They're all equally important.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like a snake. I feel like I did really like Jungle Book as like a baby. As an adult child, or like a, what you would call child, I was more into that Robin Hood movie that had the snake, where he had the little hat and stuff when he was like
because you were like, this Robin Hood fox is awakening something in me.
Exactly. I was like, man, if I can ever just catch this snake, he probably has the fox's number or knows about her cousin or something, like, because obviously she's taken, but there probably are other, similar foxes in there. I do like the original Anaconda because it's pretty insane. I'm looking at a list of movies about snakes. I mean, Snake Eyes. We loved Snake Eyes. That was big.
Obviously, Snake Eyes is one of the best movies ever made.
Yeah,
not best, but most memorable movie I remember happened constantly.
Absolutely, there were snakes in it. Probably, maybe not. Honestly, actually, so. Yeah, it's good chance there were no snakes. So that's probably not a great answer for this question. But yeah, so snakes are kind of cool, I guess. I'm honestly surprised that this was not a higher profile. Oh, Raiders of the Lost Ark, good snake movie.
See, I feel like that was cheating because it's like the snakes in one scene, and they're not like they're only there as like a danger. They're not like characters.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then yeah, I'm looking at a list right now. This is IGN's top snake lists, and even these aren't very good. Like this doesn't. They really got it. Like they have like shitty movies called like Boa with like Dean Cain and stuff. So that goes to show you. Yeah.
Dean Cain, our heroic ice agent?
Is he still at it? They still got him?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be worried about him. Oh, the Hunger Games movie had a bunch of snakes in it. Remember that?
Hey.
Oh, Harry Potter. A lot of snakes in those. Okay, so I didn't like either of those. So it's probably going to be the cartoon Fox movie. Not this one, but a different one. We'll get to it. Good to know. Speaking of snakes, let's talk about the Golden Globes. They're a bunch of snakes.
Yeah. Or at least they used to be with all the bribery.
That's true. You can't bribe them anymore. You can do whatever The Rock did to get nominated for Best Actor in that, because I don't know if it's bribery, maybe it's threats, maybe it's just charisma. He came and smiled at him, but that was the only thing that looks suspicious in this list. Did you have any interesting thoughts about about this year's Golden Globe nominations?
I very rarely pay attention to the Golden Globe nominations because I don't care about them.
Wow.
Listen, you can't be like famously the bribery awards for years and years and years and expect me to care about your award show.
How dare you?
But if I must, then obviously I must commend them for hiring soothsayers and fortune tellers who can predict the future.
Yeah.
And so they know that Avatar Fire and Ash is going to be a box office achievement, even though it hasn't come out yet. And in addition, they can look into alternate universes.
Yeah.
They can see, for example, if K-pop Demon Hunters had come out in theaters, then that would have been a box office achievement.
That would have been an achievement in box office. Or they can find the universe where the Mission Impossible movie made money, because I think it was kind of not that. They can find all of those universes. I mean, like Weapons, we like Weapons too, and we love Weapons on this podcast. For One made a lot of money. Wicked did okay, and Zootopia 2 did well. But yeah, weird cinematic and box office achievement list. It's weird that they made an award to specifically placate all the nerds, like comic book fans, and then they didn't put any of them on it this year, because I think Superman could have taken one of these spots. I think you could have given Superman K-pop Demon Hunters a spot, especially since it came out in movie theaters.
With how little integrity this category has in the first place, I would absolutely put Superman out there. Superman's actually a good movie.
Yeah, I mean, and then the other ones that I think people are like confused about is, where was Lilo and Stitch? You know, where were the actual movies that were the highest box office achievements that achieved it? Where's Minecraft? You know?
Well, you see, Nando, they're running into the thing I always talk about, which is that the best performing movies sometimes are bad, and it doesn't look good for anyone to give an award to a movie that's bad.
What about, do you think we could do another cheer-worthy moment? That was Oscars though, wasn't it?
That was the Oscars, yeah.
Damn. What do you think? Do you think any moment this year comes close to the Flash entering the Speed Force and Zack Snyder Justice League?
Well, of course. I mean, Nando, that was, at the time it was made, at the time that list came out, we all remember, that was the list of the greatest cinematic moments, of the biggest stand-up and cheer moments of all time.
Yeah.
Of the year. So if you're telling me, has anything surpassed the greatest stand-up and cheer moment in movies of all time in the past like 3 or 4 years? I think the answer's got to be no.
I mean, I think you got a case for Chicken Jockey. I think that was a huge stand-up and cheer moment for movies. It basically made that whole movie the most successful movie. People brought live chickens to theaters.
Did the teens say Chicken Jockey in your theater when you saw it?
No, I didn't go to a theater with teens. I go to late Monday showings if I can manage it. I mean, there were teens there, but I think my teens, there were not enough of them for them to not be embarrassed if they said it. They kind of reacted to it, but nobody got really excited about it. But that being said, they probably do everywhere else. Did your teens say Chicken Jockey?
Oh, my teens said Chicken Jockey.
Was your theater packed? Or was your theater...
Not packed. It was decent.
That's not bad. Then I think it's the most cheer-worthy moment. Although there are some of these movies I haven't seen, like, to be fair. Still haven't seen Jay Kelly. I haven't seen It Was Just an Accident. I'm very excited about that.
Oh, that's a really good movie.
Haven't seen No Other Choice. Also very excited about that. So yeah, there's some options for cheer-worthy moments that have yet to be seen. I haven't seen the Smashing Machine. When he smashes the other guy.
When he smashes that machine.
Oh my God, yeah. He's nominated. Dwayne's got a performance nomination. Do you think? And that one, interestingly enough, best male actor in a motion picture drama, someone doesn't have a One Battle After Another in it. So if One Battle After Another, yeah. I don't know if I think One Battle After Another got classified this year as musical comedy for some reason. I don't know what that, and If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You as a musical comedy is insane. But yeah. So, okay. How about this? Best male actor. You got Dwayne Johnson, Smashing Machine, Jeremy Allen White, Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, Joel Edgerton, Train Dreams. Don't know what that movie is. Got a fair amount of attention. one of the Michael B. Jordan performances, but it doesn't say which one. From Sinners, Oscar Isaac from Frankenstein, and then Wagner Moura from The Secret Agent. Who do you think wins, and who do you think maybe should win?
Oh gosh. Well, I haven't seen a lot of those, so that's going to complicate things for me.
Yeah. Do you think Oscar Isaac's performance in Frankenstein is enough to be like, for most people to just see it and go, that was the best one of the year, without really thinking about Dwayne Johnson?
I have to imagine nobody's thinking about Dwayne Johnson. I mean, it is a good performance. I can imagine people who watched that one being like, he was good in that movie. And voting for it there. I don't know that it was the best performance of the year, but
yeah, it's tough.
I haven't really seen enough of the others to say a better one.
Do you think it's better than Sinners?
That's a great point. I mean, Michael B. Jordan's performance is better.
It's a very memorable performance, and I don't think Sinners works without Michael B. Jordan. I haven't seen Frankenstein, but I could see a world where other actors can do Frankenstein. But also Jeremy Allen White is doing a musician biopic, and they love those.
He put on makeup and then did an impression, which is the highest calling of all acting.
He learned to sing or something. So I wouldn't be shocked if he wins. And I've heard the Joel Edgerton movie is very good. Have you watched Train Dreams yet?
No, I haven't.
Do you know where you can watch it?
No.
You can watch it at your home. Oh, it's everywhere, Diggins, and it's the future of movie going because it's a Netflix movie. So pretty good. Let's talk about Netflix. Netflix is gonna maybe buy Warner Brothers, although that seems less certain than it did.
Not if Paramount comes in with a steel chair.
Yeah, and then the guy Ted Sarandos, I think, put out like a statement today that was like, "No, we got it." So I don't know what that means. Then why there is a
statement where he's like, "Don't worry, we're gonna protect the theatrical experience, even though theaters are garbage, stupid dumpsters for idiots, and no one should ever go to a movie theater."
Well, he's right about that, so that's not crazy. But you're not supposed to say that out loud, Ted. That was the plan. Wink. We had a deal. You were gonna pretend, but he didn't do a good job with the deal.
He couldn't do it for a single second.
Those Netflix people, they're just too honest. Heroes, that's what people say. But yeah, I don't know why they can do that. Why Paramount just gets to go, "No, you don't have the deal," and Netflix has to go, "You do." But they want to do it so bad, both of them. What company? It doesn't have to be a movie company. Would you like to see by Warner Brothers, Diggins? Which of our fine American companies, or it doesn't have to be American, it could be Saudi Arabian if you want. They're involved in the Paramount deal. Yeah. So what would we go for?
The company I would like to see is Groschen Industriebunden.
What's that?
Which is a German manufacturer of steel beams for construction.
Ooh, that would be pretty interesting. Are they a good manufacturing beam company?
Like average,
Okay.
They're fine.
Do you think they could bring their German beam manufacturing like discipline or like kind of just general principles of managing the company to Warner Brothers and set it straight? Like kind of like a Ted Lasso situation, where he could bring his unconventional leadership style to yeah.
I feel like there might be a kind of no nonsense German sensibility that gets brought in. David Zaslav is like, we're gonna stop making movies, throw all the prints in a fire, and then and then rake in all the money, and they'll be like, "I do not understand what this man is saying. This is a crazy plan. I think we should make the movies and then have people pay us to see them."
That sounds like that's very German, for German sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's a great idea. I really want to give Palantir a shot. They've been doing so many amazing things this year. and they're going to have the AI, so they'll be able to tell us what movie we actually want and then make it and then show it just to us, and then we never actually have to do it. Like, that's, they have all the data.
I think it should be bought by Blackwater or whatever they changed their name to after the latest war crime.
Yeah.
And we can get all
Mercy Gun or something.
Totally legal and cool. Never done a war crime once.
Yeah, different company. That's what they just called it.
I think they should buy it, and then they can make all the propaganda movies about how they're really cool. Like that one time Northrop Grumman did a Marvel comic.
Yeah, the engines. So that's why I think Palantir would be fun, because I really want to see what the sequel to Hillbilly Elegy would be. Like, would it be another fictionalized version of like could we do his Mima's origin? Because she's in there. Glenn Close is busy, obviously, with the show she's on with Kim Kardashian, but I'm sure we could. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also, wait, was she Mima or was Amy Adams? No, she was Mima.
She's right. Amy Adams was
just Ma. Yeah. Oh, and we get Ma involved as well. They're making a Ma too. That's gonna be pretty cool.
I can't wait. But I do feel like we could finally get that couch fucking scene that's in that book.
Yeah. Or would we have to get scenes where I feel like you would watch that movie and you'd find out he'd never in the same room with the couch. Like, it would be something where kind of like Brad Pitt's Always Eating the Ocean movies. They must have actively taken couches out of rooms he was in to not like sexually excite the actor playing him just in case, or because they were worried about the, fan fiction, like as you were calling it, the yaoi or whatever, of couches and him.
That's assuming the couch is male, but
I assume all couches are male and all chairs are female. That's just my, because they're bigger, they're bigger and stronger.
I see it.
They support a family, it's very, very American, American values.
I see the problem with that, Nando, is I think if Palantir makes it, it's like you kind of said, it's going to be mostly AI and stuff. Yeah. And I think we as a society have said so much about JD Vance and couches that I don't think an AI could generate a picture or a video of JD Vance without a couch being in the scene.
That's a great point. That's tricky then. Maybe Palantir shouldn't get it. Maybe one of our who else is making great AI stuff that we all like? Oh, what about Meta? Meta could buy it. Meta bought Warner Brothers. They could set Warner Brothers in the metaverse. I saw a video today, or the other day. Apparently, Meta, here we go. This is a fun guess. Remember the metaverse, Diggins? Many, many people, everybody loved it. It was incredible because it was, like the next big thing. They changed the name of the company right after a big scandal, and they didn't have anything to do with the scandal. It was because they wanted to do metaverse. Can you guess right now how many people on average, according to this video, and this person kind of looked into it a little bit, use the metaverse on a daily basis?
Oh, it's something embarrassingly small, because I think I heard
maybe it's everyone. Maybe it's 1 billion people.
I want to say it's that feels small for what it people.
You're close. It's 900 according to this person. So
I tried to lowball it and I was way too high.
Like a pretty big college basketball, not like a large one, but like a decently sized basketball stadium, where the people all in the metaverse walking through the Pizza Hut installation or whatever people do at the metaverse.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Decentraland, not the metaverse.
That's true. That is different than the metaverse. I feel bad for Mark, except for all the stuff he does.
I don't.
He's really annoying. Well, don't you feel a little bad for a person who decided to buy the Benson Boone outfit and then not do a backflip for his own birthday party? And the person, I don't feel bad for him in a sense that I feel worse, but I feel like that person's soul is broken, it's not a good human being, but
right. I weep for the person Mark Zuckerberg could have been.
Yeah. But yeah, what do you think? I mean, okay, here's the real question about the actual merger that's probably going to happen, because it's one of them. I don't know what the Universal deal was. Universal seemed like they were the third team that was looking into this, and then maybe either didn't have enough money or whatever, because they wanted to just buy Warner Brothers the same way that Netflix only wanted to buy Warner Brothers and didn't want the TV stuff, whereas the other one, Paramount, wants all of it. So like that I understand as like a difference between the Paramount and the Netflix deal, but I don't understand where Universal. So let's say they're not in play. Which one do you think is worse, Netflix or Paramount?
Oh gosh, it's a real whoever wins we lose kind of situation.
It really is.
I guess I would say the Paramount one is probably worse, just because it's politically it is backed by worse figures. Like, I don't like Netflix as a company that like really has done a lot of harm to the entertainment industry, but like they're not evil in like actively encouraging fascism in the country's way, whereas Paramount kind of is.
Yeah. The tricky thing about that, I agree with that, but someone brought up the point that like, well, Paramount decided to do a merger like all these wonderful companies do, with Skydance, and in that process they acquiesced a lot to the Trump and like organization. But like, is it the case that Netflix or any other company would just also immediately fold when they get pressured from the organization, like the Trump administration, and it's just that Paramount has already had to do it, so they look like the weakest one? But like when Netflix has to, they'll fire, I don't know, fucking Squid Game and replace him with Barry Weiss or you know, whatever.
Oh God.
Like, she's gonna be so busy going from all the networks to all the networks.
Yeah, she's gonna be running every
Yeah.
entertainment and journalistic enterprise in the country.
It's gonna take over us eventually when we try to merge with, I don't know, who could we merge with? What's like a company? Quibi's probably not a company anymore.
Probably not. I don't think anyone owns Quibi anymore.
Right? We should just get it then. I think would be fair.
I mean, is the trademark still up? If not, we could maybe see about filing something.
Yeah, I don't know. I have not looked this up. Oh, Quibi has a trademark of Morgan Stanley Senior Funding. Well, that's going to be tricky. I don't know how we're going to get that one, steal that one away from them, as they love to have stuff. And they'd probably get it for a couple of years. Wow, this trademark has a lot of great stuff in it. They have to, in the trademark, they have to describe their pseudomark, which is, I guess, a nickname that they got to trademark too, which is Quick Bites. That's cute. That's part of the trademark.
Well, I mean, that is what it stands for, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Who would you like to, if you want to put it out there to the companies, give me any company too, again, not a media company necessarily, who would you like to merge with?
Gosh, I mean, all the companies in the world, every single one is a precious jewel, a gem. And we've only got good things to say about all of them. But if I pick one country that is the one that we are going to merge with, I think it have to be the one that Jordan Peterson thought made the cum-sucking robots in China.
Oh, what company is that? Oh, wait, I know what you're talking about. Wait, but that was fake, right? That was like a TV show or something? Okay.
I'm pretty sure they were like machines for milking cows.
Oh, okay. That would be, I mean, listen, I'm not a big milk guy, but I appreciate, I mean, it depends if it's good milking tools, you know, if it's high quality stuff for the cows, then I can see us sharing values with them.
Yeah.
We're kind of like being milked for content, you know, like that's not dissimilar from how
when you think about
podcasts are made.
Would you say we're regularly milked?
I mean, I wouldn't say we're not regularly milked for sure. Irregularly, I would say. Most people would say our podcast is irregular in terms of like release date, so I can't imagine
milking.
And in terms of milking date as well, yeah. So I think that's part of it. Well, it's funny that you would say that one, because I would say one of my favorite American companies. I guess it's interesting you say a food company, because I also, well, yours doesn't make food, but mine is like a food company. I like a company related to food. I love me some of this one food. It's my favorite food, Diggins. You know what it is. It is
salmon.
No, well, yes, that is. If I could merge with salmon, absolutely. I'd like to merge with a little company I call that one company that makes olive oil that the bottle squirts out like ketchup. You know what I'm talking about? They advertise with everybody. They're probably pretty too close to the podcast industry for this to be funny. So I haven't experienced them as like an ad, but I've heard of this, and then I did get the olive oil the other day. Because it is nice to drizzle on salmon specifically. But there's an olive oil company that does that. And that's pretty good.
What do you mean it squirts like ketchup?
So like the bottle is meant to be like, it's like, instead of having a pour system, it kind of is more like one of those like things that you would get if you went to like a diner, or like if you get a hot dog on the street, like a little squirt bottle for like ketchup.
Right.
It's made to be squirted out as opposed to drizzled on the normal way. But it's I've had it so far. It's been fine. No complaints. I don't know if it's the best. I don't know, but like there's probably some olive oil snobs that'll say it's not good olive oil. That's probably true. But
well, a lot of oil, a lot of olive oil gets watered down because its production is controlled by the mafia.
Is that true?
That's actually true.
Like the Gopher Mafia in this movie? Or not Gophers.
Right.
What are they? Like little voles or something?
Yeah, voles or moles or something.
Yeah. What's the pun? I guess it would be Godfather, but would it be like?
I think they're shrews, maybe.
Yeah, shrews. That looks right. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing about food. There's so many great foods and food choices when you go to your local grocery store. I mean, listen, if I got to merge with one company, who makes it? I guess, does Pepsi own Mountain Dew, or is Mountain Dew its own thing?
It's probably one of them owns Mountain Dew. I forget who.
You'd think so, right? But then there's another part of me that's like, one of these companies is free from ownership of, like, there's one of them that ends up in both soda machines because they have managed to like live in both worlds, like like the Daywalker.
Oh my God, they're the Daywalker. They're the blade of drinks.
That's probably what they probably have a drink called Daywalker, actually. Oh no, you're right, it's Pepsi. So I guess it's Pepsi. You know what, too? They're not the one that does all the stupid AI ads, so I'll take Pepsi as opposed to Coke in that.
That's true. Coke keeps insisting on making the bad AI ads.
They're so bad. And then they release a video and they're like, this is how we made it. And it's like, no, it's not. Like, it's clearly like they're doing like little drawings on like an image, but they don't have any layers on the Photoshop thing that they're drawing on. And it's like, well, that's not how that works then. It's so weird. But yeah, I love Mountain Dew.
That McDonald's made one of those now?
I did, and theirs is the worst one I've ever seen. Like, there's really the bad. Pepsi one is bad, but the McDonald's one is like uncanny.
The Coke
bad.
One, not the Pepsi.
Or, excuse me, the Coke one. That's right. Pepsi would never.
Let's not slander the company we're about to merge with.
That's true. That's a good point. Until Pepsi and Coke merge, man, if that ever happens, that's not a good day for sodas. That's a wonderful day for sodas because they'll be made so efficiently.
If there's one thing I know from history, it's that monopolies always make their industries better.
That's right. Oh, and Pepsi's a company from North Carolina, New Bern, North Carolina. Wow. Coke's Atlanta. It's interesting. They're both like in the South. They're around the same place. Wouldn't expect it, but hey, look what they did.
Something about that feels right to me.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it's by kind of where like crops like sugar and stuff like that probably come from southern parts of the country.
I mean, sugar plantations are like the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's true.
Here.
I guess they're closer to the Caribbean by being there.
Yeah. And, you know, they share some other things with plantations in the Caribbean historically.
Exactly. So they got a lot in common. But listen, plantations aside, PepsiCo, and Pepsi owns all the other companies, so that would be really terrific. Look at all the companies we could merge with. And then we could do, and we love Pepsi because there was that one time Scooby-Doo did Pepsi. Remember that? So.
Oh, yeah. And KFC and Taco Bell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
now it's starting to work together. It was all of them, I think. It was every.
Well, it was KFC and Burger King were the two big ones because we were confused and disgusted by the idea of a milkshake from KFC.
Yeah, that's right. We won't be, though, once you guys buy us or whatever. Then we'll be cool with it.
I mean, listen. Of course, KFC's great milkshakes.
I could be convinced if I drank milkshakes. As I said, not a huge milk guy, but I have not turned away weirder things from KFC, so I could see a world where I would accept something like this as well. I had to double down. I had many double downs.
If we get bought by a milk machine company, then you better become a milkman.
Okay, so obviously, you know, the next step for that is a transition to this. We did Zootopia this week, Diggins. Are you excited to talk about Zootopia 2?
Oh, there's so many things to say about Zootopia 2, Nando.
So many. And we're going to talk about Zootopia 2. We're going to do the summary. We're going to nitpick it. And then we're going to answer questions about it. I'm already really dreading answering the questions about it because of all of the stuff. But yeah, Diggins, who won last week? I can't remember.
I believe it was me who won because you gave the summary for Wicked for Good.
Yes, right, for Wicked. Okay, yeah. So you're in charge of the IMDb part of the beginning.
Right. So. Well, I mean, sort of, because we're still... DJ, of course, astute listeners with a keen ear may have noticed that DJ hasn't said anything yet this episode. I guess he's not here.
Yeah, it's not one of those episodes where he fell asleep. Those are different ones than this. Mm-hmm. Usually there'd be more space where we'd be kind of making fun of him in the between when we thought he would speak.
Right. So DJ, of course, is still off having really just like a really ambiguous relationship with his partner whom he is solving crimes with. Just really, like, I have to imagine like the thing that happens after every scene, like 15 seconds later, is everyone else who didn't leave is like, what's going on with them?
Nah, yeah. I mean, listen, I've got some drawings that I found online. I think we've pretty much figured it out. I'll share them with you later, but
at least.
Yeah, the truth is out there, as the X-Files says about the cops that are bunnies and foxes. They just made them little enough that they could bang if they wanted to, you know? Like if one of them was an elephant and the other one was a bunny, you'd be like, well, they can't, I mean, you know, like it's
impossible.
Yeah. It's almost like they went like, they should be different, but not that different. Otherwise the people online won't gravitate towards it. I don't know, but yeah. So that.
Right. So that's where DJ's off doing. So we're both going to be guessing during what a little game here we like to call the IMDb. B is in spelling bee. Where
B is in the animal bee, except for not there because
there's no insects though.
No insect, not until they retcon it, and then there are next time, and also there, you know, some other oppressed people or something.
But they've been eating insects in these movies, so then it's like kind of weird.
It's going to be a tough retcon, I'm not going to lie, but they'll figure it out. They don't have anywhere else to go, so it's that or fish. Which point. They also threw into a meat grinder in this one. So
yeah, and eaten swallowed whole. So yeah, also going to be a tough sell.
Yep.
But anyway, Nando and I have to try to guess what the IMDb summary for this movie, Zootopia 2, is. Now you might be asking yourself, where does IMDb get those summaries? Well, I will tell you, they at imdb.com headquarters They actually have one of those company towns like companies had in the 1800s.
Oh yeah.
That's just like IMDbville. And in IMDbville, all the different sections of the company are separated, segregated, some might say.
Yeah.
According to, the function. So, like the IT department is in one section of IMDbville, and then like legal is in another part of IMDbville, and everyone stays in their little sections, and never the twain shall meet, except once a week. John IMDb goes a traveling. He takes out his walking cane, and he does the full circuit everywhere through IMDbville, to hear the tales of how things are going with his beloved employees. So John IMDb talks to everybody and is like, tell me, young lad, how's the work today? And then at the end of his walkabout, he goes back to his big shiny office in the center of IMDbville, and he takes all the stories he's heard, and he like, of course, had them transcribed as they were told. Every fourth word that was said in all the stories are taken, and when put in order, it's crazy. This always works. It ends up being the summary for the movies that came out that week.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds right.
Yeah. So I have every fourth word from all the many stories John IMDb heard from his employees in IMDbville. Except I don't have it because I haven't looked at it, because again, it's just Nando and I.
Yeah.
But Nando, as last week's loser, you get to decide which one of us gets to go first guessing it.
I will go second because I have an idea of what I'm going to do, but I want to make sure that you don't steal my genius idea like a certain guy did in some certain movie I saw. Yeah.
All right, then. I will say Nick and Judy take on another case where they must delve into the history of Zootopia to uncover an old unsolved crime, but this time their partnership is on the line. I think that was pretty bad, but well,
yeah, I mean, listen, we'll see. It's different from the one I was going to say. So here's the one I was going to say. Buddy cops Judy Hopps and Nick Wilde are thrown into the middle of a case involving a snake and corruption that threatens to change Zootopia forever. Snake corruption and a secret that threatens to change Zootopia forever. I got a good secret in there. Yeah, so how do we do?
A little tricky. So we've got the actual summary, which I'll read out loud now. Brave rabbit cop Judy Hopps and her friend, the fox Nick Wilde, team up again to crack a new case, the most perilous and intricate of their careers.
This one sucks.
Yeah, it's very what do you call it? Generic.
It's generic and also like really clunky. Brave rabbit cop Judy Hopps and her friend, the fox Nick Wilde. Like, they're both cops.
Yeah,
they're both brave. I mean, he could be like, you could give him a like, adjective like sly or fast talking or streetwise or whatever, but they don't do that. And then crack a new case, the most perilous and intricate of their careers, which is like kind of, but they have
like their second case.
Yeah, they don't have a career really to compare this to. And also, the last one was pretty perilous and intricate. And also, they team up every day because they're partners. The idea of them teaming up again, like, yeah, and this is bad IMDb. I'm surprised this doesn't have all those M dashes that The AI loves to put. It's not that this is AI, because obviously this is built from the fourth word of every word.
Like we said.
It's,
Well,
well,
I mean, you did say their full names, and I didn't.
that's true. The names are important. I was really scared. I wanted to go second, partially because I was like, it's not Nick Wilder, right? That's the guy from the Zootopia, from the other movie. He's Jake Wilder. And once you did not say one, I was like, all right, I'll take a shot at this. But the rest of them, Judy Hopps, I feel like I hear lots and lots in that movie.
Mm-hmm. And also, on your internet searches.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, my neighbors hear it from me just screaming how much I love Judy Hopps, the main character of Zootopia.
Mm-hmm.
What does he call her? Bunny, not bunny, carrots or some shit? Yeah, that's a bad name for her.
She's a little racist, right?
It's a little racist, and also, like, she's not a big carrot person. Like, you figure she eats them, but it's not like every scene she's chowing down on a carrot, So, like, yeah, then it's way racister, I feel like.
I mean, she does eat all those microwave carrot meals.
She does do that. Yeah, she has a microwave carrot meal, and they have the carrot pen and stuff. But yeah, I feel like there's other things you would call. I feel like ears, or like big feet or whatever, that you would assume a guy like that would pick up on. But I don't know. I mean, maybe he's not good at this. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you have a tiebreaker? Can you think of a tiebreaker we could do?
I don't know. Is there a question about the first movie we can ask, maybe? Because it's got to be something.
Yeah.
Like, we can't look up the answer beforehand.
Right.
Because then one of us would know it.
So we've done runtime before. We've done box office. What's like another thing that's a number or something like that?
Rotten Tomatoes score?
Sure. Rotten Tomatoes score for... Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I'm thinking about... I'm just thinking about Nick Wilde and his whole deal. And it boring me to tears. But yeah, we did Rotten Tomatoes score for this one.
Okay.
And for the last one, obviously, not for this movie.
Yeah, for Zootopia 1, because I imagine we've both seen the Rotten Tomatoes score for Zootopia 2 relatively recently.
I think so, yeah. Can't guarantee it, but yeah. Would you like to go first or second?
Well, I went first before, so I'll go first again.
Okay.
And we're doing, again, not Price is Right rules, just whoever's closer. Although, should we do the writing things down thing again, so we're not, riding off the other?
Yeah, I guess so. That's probably a good idea. So I'll just message you at the same time as we say go or whatever. And then you message me at that same time.
Yeah, I'll just put it in the little chat here.
Yeah. Okay, I feel okay about this.
All right, I'm ready to.
Oh wait, you're putting it in the chat in the
okay. In the thing we've got, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Okay, I also have that. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, reveal. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Okay. Ooh,
I think I don't see. Yeah, I mean, we'll find out. Are you ready to check? I can check right now.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Let's find out.
Zootopia from 2016, so long ago. God damn it.
Hard to remember. Or like, it's kind of weird to think about that who's so old. Also, I'm guessing I know who won.
No, you don't. That's the problem. It's 98%. No. It's right in the middle.
It's precisely between our two guesses.
Yeah, it's between. Oh, so yeah, it's a 98% between ours, because I said 100 and Diggins said 96. Mm-hmm. How about this then? Let's do a completely different movie that's kind of similar. Let's do Madagascar 2. I haven't even seen it, so I genuinely have no idea how it was received. But what do you think the Rotten Tomatoes score for the second Madagascar movie was?
All right, I have a guess.
Okay, I mean, let's see. I'm gonna say not 100 again.
Probably not.
Probably not. But also, I don't even remember how that first one did, and they made 8 of them or whatever. So like, they probably did okay. All right, yeah. I have Oh, I don't like this. Yeah, I'm sticking with it. I have a number. All right.
Me too.
3, 2, 1, reveal.
Oh.
Woof. All right.
You know, there can't be a precise midpoint here, so.
That's true. One of us has to win. So I have 75. Diggins has 72. This question is, yeah, what did the people think of Madagascar 2, Escape to Africa? Oh, not good. Just barely fresh at 64%. Just passed with a 64. That's not good.
Hey, you know what? C's get degrees, Nando.
That's what they say. Yeah, I want to see what Madagascar won. Like, did the critics ever like the Madagascar movies? Or were they always kind of like... Because, like, I don't know. I feel like that first one was... Oh, the first one got even worse. First one was 55. Boy.
And then 3 was 78%. Huh.
Wow. So they got better as they went.
I guess so. Right?
I mean, people loved the lemurs. I don't think... Were they in all of them or just the second one?
They were in the first one, for sure.
Oh, okay. How do you think the Penguins movie did compared to those 3?
Oh, God. I feel like that probably got bad reviews, right? Because like that's the trying to capitalize on the Minions spinoff. And that doesn't go well.
You would think that.
Why are you already looking at it?
I do. Yeah, I have it open.
Wow. Wow. 74%.
Yeah, it's right up there with the best of the Madagascar movies. Yikes. You ever seen that movie that was like a knockoff Madagascar movie that Disney made?
Zootopia?
No, it was about animals at a zoo. Like in Central Park. It was very similar to Madagascar. It had, I know Eddie Izzard was in it as like a koala. It's like, I guess if you Google him, it probably comes up, but I watched it once. I don't remember it very well, but like real strange. What was it called? I might be wrong about this.
Also, I believe it's Google Her.
Oh, that's true. Well, they might go by both. They might, I feel like, I don't remember. Either way, it's called The Wild. And yeah, I watched this. It's bad.
Okay. She prefers she, her, but doesn't mind he, him is the official stance.
There we go. So I would, I would not recommend anyone see this, but maybe we'll do this for the podcast once. Cause this is really like,
I don't even know what movie you're talking about.
It's called The Wild.
I don't think I've heard. I mean, I probably heard about it at the time, but it's fully gone in the memory hole.
It's currently rocking a strong 18% on Rotten Tomatoes. So this is kind of what I thought people thought Madagascar was. It stars Kiefer Sutherland, Jim Belushi.
Hold on, shares one thing with this movie.
Oh, it does?
Mm-hmm. Keep going through that list.
Eddie Izzard. Janine Garofalo, is she in this?
Nope.
Richard Kind. William Shatner. Patrick Warburton. Yeah, he's further down on the thing. He plays Blag. What is Blag, you may wonder?
I'm wondering.
He says things, if you look at his IMDb quotes, not super descriptive. Let's look at The Wild. What do you think the odds are that I could find any picture? Oh, yeah, no, he's like a wildebeest, looks like. Okay.
Oh, my God. I just read the plot of this movie. That's insane.
But that's the problem with it. I mean, the plot is insane, but it's also, like, hideous. Like, it is just not good animation, and I'm sure they tried their best and stuff, but the technology and the faces and all that just won there. And, yeah, it's quite an upsetting watch. But yeah. So anyway, that's another movie that exists. Which maybe someday someone can make us do if they want, but please don't.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Not a good idea.
This looked completely insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's real strange. But yeah, this came out. So it wasn't necessarily, I don't remember when Madagascar came out. I don't even know. Yeah, Madagascar was 05 and this was 06. I don't know if it was like fully ripping off Madagascar or they just thought about the same thing, but like, yeah, rough. But yeah, Dickens, you did win. You got Zootopia better because you remembered that the Madagascar 2. So
I remembered that it was not received as warmly as you thought.
And that means, Dickens, you get to say what you thought of Zootopia 2 first. So what did you think of Zootopia 2?
My opinion of Zootopia 2, I think, can be summed up thusly, Nando. It's fine. It's fine. It's a good movie. I enjoyed it. I think it's largely the same kind of thing as the first one, and like people loved the first one. I really enjoyed the first one too. I think there's inherently a diminishing return when you just kind of do the same thing. So like I didn't like love this one, but it's still a fundamentally solid like premise and idea, and like they commit enough to the world that it feels cool, and like the character dynamics are fun. So like and like Kiwi Kwan, I think this movie really deploys him to be, you know, as endearing and charming as possible so that you care about the Sneak character. Which I think mostly works. And so like, and in general, like doing basically the same thing as the first time feels much more. I think I said this when I recommended Zootopia 2 previously. I am terrified by the URL of the link you just shared in this chat.
Go check it out.
Oh boy.
The ones I Googled are worse, much worse, but I wanted to share one that was funny.
Okay. Well, you know, on the one hand, not that bad, you know, pretty tame. On the other hand, the fact that they're both naked is like,
yeah, that is a little weird,
right.
Isn't it? It doesn't.
Yeah.
But not all the animals in this wear clothes. You know, the clothing rules of this, we'll get to it, but they're all over the place.
Yeah.
What is genitals? What do the clothes even do? We'll never know.
So for the listener, because this is an audio medium, you know, it's just first of all, he linked this to me from Fur Affinity, which already had me going like,
I was hoping the link wouldn't give it away. I don't know what it is, but
it's a website for furries.
I mean, listen.
Hey, no shade.
Yeah.
No. Listen, if that's your thing, please go right ahead. But it had me worried about what I was going to be looking at. But it's just a drawing of Nick and Judy from this movie, kind of holding each other, sort of leaning in, like about to kiss, not quite there yet.
Yeah, that's
looking
true.
into each other's eyes, smiling. Which
look
is
at
like
the new one. That one does a better job of illustrating what the kissing would look like.
Oh boy, I'm horrified. Okay, let's take a look at this. Well, hold on. You've put two links since
either one will do, but the first one has more. Yeah, the first one gets really into it.
Okay, I'm gonna check both of these. Okay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay. Sort of like imaginary, like wedding pictures. Oh, of course, they're imaginary. They're not real people. Why did I say that? They're like wedding pictures for Nick and Judy. Like doing different little kisses. Cool. And then this third one here, let's see, is, oh my God, she's like, is his snout like in her mouth? Like what's going on here?
I assume it's supposed to be kind of behind it, like they tilted it weird, but yeah.
It looks like
this is one of the problems. Maybe that's part of it for him. He's a predator, right? So maybe it's like it's different. So it gets off.
It's like sort of like a dom sub thing.
Exactly. I think it's more interesting that they gave her like the outfit that they gave her, which is just a very casual kind of like athleisure looking outfit, but like it's got a little bit of implied cleavage that is like subtle, right? Like the person that drew this knew what they were doing. And yeah, so interesting. I Googled Judy and Nick kissing naively to see if that would bring up pictures of this or something else. Just like if there's another Judy and Nick that kiss and people care about it, but it's all this, baby. It's all the fox and the rabbits.
Yeah. So, they knew what they were doing with this movie. They knew.
Oh yeah.
Like you could argue maybe I think they knew in the first one, but you could argue like it's a platonic, ambiguous enough thing where you can be like, well, they just wrote it as friends and people see it that way because people love when people kiss, whatever. This one, they were hinting at things. They were implying something.
Oh, without a doubt.
Which, if that's your thing, good for you. Again, not trying to yuck anyone's yums. But yeah, sorry, I'm just, I get so thrown off by all these kissing pictures. It's a fun
hard mode on the podcast. If DJ doesn't listen to this one, then good. Don't anybody tell him. I'm just gonna, next time he's on, I'm gonna start sending him these during his summary and see if he can keep it together. They're pretty good.
I mean, basically, guys, if you next time you hear DJ on this pod, and at one point he's just kind of like,
yeah,
I need to go take care of something, guys.
Yeah, guys, it was fine. The movie was fine. Yeah, it was about as good as the last Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, to say as he runs away. What's funny about all of these images? Almost all of them, like, they draw kind of the expressions all, because it's all kissing. So, like, I want to say these people get a little creative with, like, Judy a little bit. Nick looks exactly the same in every single picture.
Oh my God, this last one.
This last one where they gave him abs and stuff. Yeah, well, they gave him abs, He's completely different. This is like what you would get in the knockoff version. This is what the wild Nick would look like. But
God. Well, they're also, again, buck ass naked in this one.
Yeah, this one's weird. Like, they're naked, but like kind of like just like he's like super shirtless and like,
yeah, they're naked, but they like feel, it's like the difference between the other cats in Cats 2019 and Idris Elba in 2019, where it's like, they're all naked, but he feels naked.
Yeah, this one looks like kind of what you would expect from like the cover of a romance novel. Although I don't know what that's like now. I remember old romance novel covers. I feel like now they're probably pretty different because of changes.
This one gave her hair? What's up with that?
Yeah, that's one. This really upset me. It's because they gave her hair. And like the ears are her hair.
Yeah, that's like the whole thing.
Yeah, many jokes in the movie are that. So I don't know. It's all pretty good though. Anyway, yeah, the movie. Sorry, go on. I won't send any more pictures.
I feel like that's gonna be a lie, but okay.
No, I won't. I'll save them. I'm gonna save them for later.
Yeah, for your private collection.
Yeah, exactly.
What I was gonna say before all this started is that I think I mentioned this when I wrecked this movie last time, not realizing we were going to be doing it for the pod, that the fact that it's kind of the same thing as the first one, it feels more forgivable for like a mystery story, because that's kind of like what a lot of mystery stories, mystery series are. It's just like same basic thing, but the mystery is different.
Right.
So it like, I don't know. All this to say that this is a Disney sequel that doesn't blow the doors off, doesn't like, whoa, they completely changed what Zootopia is. This is incredible. But is like, they did the first one again and it's pretty good. And you know what? They haven't had even one of those in a while. So good job. What about you, Nando? What did you think?
I'm with you on this one. I really don't have a strong opinion about it. Like, I think I could be convinced in like, a year or something that it's great. I like the world of Zootopia because of how stupid it is and how much it on one hand is like a kind of built out fantasy world, like the same way that any of these movies are, that take place in like a completely different, like not like Madagascar, but like one like that takes place in a completely different world. But the rules of it are really stupid, and it's all just puns and stuff. Like, I chuckle at that for what it's worth. Like, I don't hate it. I find the character dynamics kind of like fine. I you know what it is? I just don't really think I jive with Nick. He's not. I get it. I get what he's doing, but I'm not curious as to how he is going to act scene to scene. And it's a kids movie, like you said, so like there's that element of it. But also, like, I think Judy is a compelling character in her. Like, there's something interesting about her, and there's something about this guy, because I think resetting the murder, or not, well, murder kind of, but resetting the mystery and also resetting the rules of the racism and stuff in the society, I think makes sense movie to movie. But also, like, kind of resetting his attitude is a little bit like, yeah, I get it. I understand what his deal is, but like, oh no, but he's okay. Oh no, yours is immediately worse than all the ones I sent you.
I had to escalate.
I know. But yeah, this one's weird. First of all, he's wearing sunglasses in the shower. That's a little strange. Second, he has what seems to be one kind of something in his hand, which is like, it's strawberry flavored. So I'm guessing it's like lube or something. But for a second, I was like, is this shampoo? And then I was like, did they use the same shampoo, or did she use a bunny shampoo and he uses his fox shampoo? And then I'm like, did they just lick each other like cats do? Did they do that? I don't know. But anyway, whatever. What was I saying? Oh yeah, no, I don't. So Nick, I think is okay. Judy, I like. I think she's an interesting character. The cop-iness of this movie is interesting. Like, I think the functionality of this movie I find more interesting than the movie itself. Like, the idea that they had to kind of redo the race metaphor and on all of that. They had to kind of recontextualize the cop relationship in this, because of how our relationships with cops have changed in the last
because
decade.
2020 happened between now and then.
This was one of the ones. I wasn't going to send you this one, but this one was in the genre of ones you were going to get next. Of what if they were people, though?
Yeah, well, I figured we should get at least one of those in there.
No, that's fair. Why does she have ears and ponytail? Again, it's like she doesn't need well, I guess he has hair and ponytail, hair and ears as well.
Listen, that's just like such a trope of those kinds of characters at this point.
Yeah,
it's like,
I think
that's just what you do. You give him ears and hair.
That makes sense. I think I'm mostly upset by in this image, and we're not going to share these. No one will see them. You can Google and just kind of figure it out by context clues, I guess. But I don't love how she's yanking on his tie, and then his hands are shaking, but more upsetting than that, his tail seems to be like erect as a result of this, or wagging or something. There's motion going on with the tail. So yeah, not a fan of that. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, it's interesting how they had to kind of make this movie in 2026 or 2025, after 2020. Yeah. And I think the idea of like resetting their characters weird, visually these movies are very good, at doing what they're doing. Yeah, with me, I just I think my thing, and I know people that this does work on, so I'm not going to say that I don't think this can work on an adults. Okay. So the next one I got, he's licking her face. Other than that, not really that crazy. I don't hate it.
No.
I
just felt we did so much kissing. We hadn't done any more animal behavior. I thought that might be fun.
That's true. Oh, this may venture into prey predator situation. And also, does she have knee pads on? Does she usually have a knee situation? What's going on with her?
I don't know. What's supposed
to be. She have body armor? Now I'm gonna check in the other pictures. But yeah, anyway, whatever I was saying about this movie is I think it's fine. Oh, it looks good. These pretty movies. Yes. Oh, no, I know what I was gonna say. Doesn't look good. Or no, looks good. The humor for me just doesn't work a lot of the time. The puns, I don't mind. Sight gags, I think, are fun. But the bits where they just say bub to each other, and I'm like, yeah, a child would laugh at that. Oh no, this one's the worst one so far. And it's not even, they're not even kissing. They're just laying in bed after a night of something. And he's giving her a look like, I know what happened. And this was on purpose. And she's holding the covers like, oh no, which is like, did she not want to do it at all? Is she embarrassed by it the next day? And then he's like, what do you know, sir? What secrets do you have behind your eyes? Also, he's got his phone out already, which is weird.
Wait, hold on. Is it not normal for the other person to be embarrassed and ashamed afterwards?
Yeah. Listen. Especially not if you're like, I feel like her reaction to like Judy, Judy Hopps very high strung. And not in a way that I think would make her like I don't think this character has dated, right? Like, I feel like we would have seen it. She wouldn't have time because she's too busy with her work. She's one of those movie characters. So because of that, I could see any first night with anyone ending with her kind of going like, oh my God, what have I done? Right. That like doesn't automatically register as dangerous, but his eyebrows doing the Pixar face or the DreamWorks face, very face. Dangerous. Yeah. So yeah, I'm more worried for her because of him than I am for her. I would have this, I would have the same worry for her if her face was like fun and his face was looking like that. I'm like, what does he know? What's going to happen? But yeah, the jokes don't really work for me. They probably work for kids. So that's fun. The new characters were weird. I didn't hate them, just in terms of like their vibe, but they were kind of strange. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't have really strong feelings about the first Zootopia, and I don't think I could have stronger feelings about this one. And you know what else I didn't like about this one a little bit was that like, I didn't really care about any of the characters from the first one, but like this movie, I think could have done something interesting by just introducing fully new characters every scene. But we also kept having to check in.
Nude characters?
Oh, we only got one that, well, we probably got a couple. One I can remember. But yeah, like instead of having to check in with the goofy guy who works with them and their boss and the sloth at the DMV, I would have liked to just take new shots at all of those, and maybe I would have liked one of them more. Like, I do think I liked Fortune Feimster's character more than really any of the other new ones, I think. Ki Kwan was fine. Honestly, I don't think Ki Kwan had nearly as much to do as I expected he would in this movie, based on the marketing. So that was fine. I was actually surprised with who was kind of the main third lead or whatever you'd want to call it in this. But the fact that they showed up and I'm like, I haven't seen them on any of the posters. Oh, they're the bad guy. Okay. But that was a little bit fun. Yeah, anyway, it was fine. I think most people will enjoy it. I think it deserves like a high Rotten Tomatoes score because I do think it is just a generally pretty agreeable movie. But I don't think it's going to be like my top movie of the year.
Yeah.
I don't even know, like, what other animated stuff do we get this year? I feel like there was one that I don't like it more than K-Pop Demon Hunters, that's for sure.
There's your least favorite animated movie, K-Pop Demon Hunters.
What's the other one? I haven't seen Leo yet, so that's not fair to judge it.
Fine. I liked this more than Leo.
I bet that's true. I have a feeling, I have the same feeling about that. Bad Guys 2. I watched the first Bad Guys movie, and I also was like okay with it. So very similar to this.
Really, because that's really huge with the same sort of community we've been delving into here.
And like, listen, it's got a wolf instead of a fox, but they're the same but different colors, and they're both kind of sleazy. And that one, Sam Rockwell,
any sort of canid, Nando. That's hitting the sweet spot for a lot of people.
Nah, yeah, I feel like out of all the animated movies this year, and I haven't seen Arco yet. I've heard really good things about Arco, but I would have to assume this will probably be like my second favorite when this is all over, behind K-Pop Demon Hunters, and it's not too bad. And it's going to make Disney a lot of money, and it's saving movie theaters because that's up to Disney now, apparently. So, great.
Just like every movie that does well now, it's saving movie theaters.
Yeah, and if you don't see it, you're a bad person. But yeah, I don't know. It was okay. But now I have to recap it, which is going to be tough. I'm not excited about that, because it's so great. Let me get out my time thingy. Wow. Okay. So now we're going to do this 15 minutes is the timer where I get to explain the plot of Zootopia 2. I'm going to do my best to explain it well for people that haven't seen it. For people that don't know, by the way, this is like a segment we do now where we do this. We explain the movie in 15 minutes.
Less, but never less.
That's true. It could be less. Maybe one of these movies. I'm trying to think of like a simple movie that like if we did maybe like next week, it'll be a nice quick one. Because
there's a bunch of well, listen, there's two ways a Five Nights at Freddy's can go. Either it's really simple or it's hideously complicated.
Exactly. And that's what I'm hoping. I feel like also the way that it works, it's like they're really complicated, but also it's like it all goes over my head. So there's really no, there's nothing in the middle. But yeah, I'm excited. This is going to be very exciting. Yeah, so here we go. All right, ready for this, Diggins?
I'm so ready because I don't have to do anything really.
It's true. Well, you can correct me if you want, but that would be possible because I'm going to get it all right. So let's start the summary. And the most important thing, Diggins, about this movie is it's about a person.
Person.
That's true. It's about a person-like thing, and another person that have a relationship that is complicated in ways that, may lead to, we could see so many options down the line for Zootopias 3 and 4. Perhaps even some sort of child. You never know. Especially because of how vague the rules of this are. And you know what? Actually, two people having a child reminds me of an episode of a show I just watched. Yeah.
Really? What show?
It's called Joey, something like that.
Oh, the 2005 to 2006 spinoff of Friends?
Yeah, that's the one with Matt LeBlanc and Dre DiMatteo is in it. It's got a lot of stars. Stars are all here.
Yeah.
I watched an episode this week that was pretty interesting, actually, speaking of family and stuff. And it's called Joey and the Big Move. Have you seen this one?
I was going to say, I also watched an episode, but it can't possibly have been the same episode because if it was, I would have said that it reminded me of Solving Mysteries, which reminded me of an episode of Joey I watched.
So there was something even more in line with that I was thinking about doing, but I wanted to stay away from it because I think it kind of spoils the thing. But I was like, man, that's right on track. But anyway, we'll get to it. Because if anything, I think this episode is called Joey and the Big Move, but it should be called Joey and the Buried Lead. Because while this episode is about Joey potentially moving, definitely moving, he's going to move because that's what he's going to do. Yeah, he's got a new mansion. We've seen it. It's exciting. He's got sexy.
He bought this house like very early in season 2, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, right. Because he had to do a kiss that he didn't even expect to do, much like Judy and Nick in all those pictures with his sister. But yeah, we start this one with Joey and the friends, just like kind of looking. Not the friends. Look, I wish.
But Joey F friends, not the capital F friends.
Yeah, Joey, Zach, and Michael are at Joey's house, and they're like, "Look at all this cool stuff I have! A sexy bunch of things where you like press a button, and then the lights dim, and you press a button, and then the shades come up. So it's like, look at, I'll have women over, and they'll be like, really want to sleep with me or something. And there's a weird little gag here, kind of cute, where like they're like, that's not going to work. And then they look down and Zach and Michael are holding hands with each other. And they're like, oh my God, so romantic. Which if that's the case, I'm like, these guys, that's an interesting couple. That's an interesting way for these two to kind of end their stories.
Maybe that's where season 3 would have gone.
Yeah. Also, and Joey's one thing that I think is funny, and I always think this is funny about like shows like this, they're like really excited about his 70-inch TV. Can you even imagine a TV as large as that?
I can't. It's impossible.
Yeah. Do you remember what he's talking about when they talk about the television? Specifically what they're going to do with it?
He's going to watch such weird porn.
Yeah. Porn's going to be so big for him. That's pretty good, I guess. Back in the day, that was an innovation.
Yeah. It had to be that big for you to see all the little details. Now,
Oh yeah.
and
I mean,
zoom
I
right
guess
in on your phone.
with Joey, I feel like the deal with Joey is like, I get why he would want to watch pornography. Sure, nothing wrong with that. But I'm like, Joey, you have like Michael. Well, Michael might want that, but like you have sex with lots of women in real life. Like, do you? I don't know. It just seems like he's like addicted to sex or
I was
something.
gonna say, do you think he has a sex addiction?
It seems
Does
like
he
it.
like does he like not even derive pleasure from the act anymore?
One also like just this idea, and like I don't know, maybe this is the thing where people just live different lives from me and stuff. The idea of being like, look at this cool TV I got, guys, including nephew. I'm going to watch pornography on it, and we're all gonna love that. Isn't that cool? Like that just feels like something weird, but maybe that's an LA thing. Maybe I don't know it.
Maybe. Or I do. I mean, listen, my nephew is still a child.
Uh
So,
huh.
like, obviously that would be a horrible thing, but like, even imagining like 20 years in the future when he's an adult,
Mm-hmm.
going to my nephew and being like, "Hey, I'm gonna watch all this porn," I'd be like, I don't think I should say that. I don't think either of us wants to have that conversation.
Yeah, it's that whole thing too, where like, God, especially like now in like 2025, when guys go to strip clubs as a group and get excited about it, I'm like, really? We're doing like, I understand why this would be fun in like the 80s, but like, this is a shared group activity. We're all cool with that part of it. Like, even though it doesn't have to be. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway,
But,
Joey doesn't.
well, I mean, there was some appeal. Like, Ned, are you saying you've never rubbed one out into a campfire with your boys?
What is that from? I can't remember if it's. Did we talk about it on the podcast? I hope
No,
so.
no, it's not a podcast thing.
Okay.
Well, except
Well,
for that time that.
except for that time it happened. Yeah, apparently.
No.
It's why I don't do camping. I'm not a big outdoors guy. But they so anyway, Joey's gonna move into his new apartment. Very excited about, or not apartment, new building, like house. Very excited about that. And he's just kind of getting everybody ready for it. Everybody's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you're moving" and stuff. Um, it's not that interesting. But then Michael shows up, and he's like, "Hey, Jimmy, you want to hang out?" And Jimmy, for people that don't know, is played by the Hebrew Hammer. And he is really mean and like aggressive and like kind of New York. It's interesting. I was thinking about this the other day. It's weird that the show doesn't take place in New York, considering
Well, they had to get Joey away from the other friends.
exactly. But any other pitch, any other version of this that you pitch, like if you just had to pitch this, it would be L.A. actor brother goes back home and lives with all the New York people, because everybody he's interacting with, besides the people that he like works for, are like his ex-girlfriend from high school or his ex-girlfriend that he slept with, and then they had a falling out. Like so many characters. Anyway, doesn't matter. He so Joey uh so Jimmy's around and he's doing all kinds of stuff with the sister because they're really into each other
Not
and
his
stuff.
sister, to be clear, because
No, sorry.
here's
Well, Jimmy's
Joey. A
doing
thing like that could happen.
that's true. Jimmy's doing stuff with Joey's sister. But yeah, Michael is trying to like kind of get hey, you want to hang out? You want to go to a planetarium? And Jimmy's like, I don't want to do that. I don't even know what the planetarium is. Go fuck yourself. And so we're getting little hints now that like Michael is starting to just go like, I'm kind of want this Jimmy thing to like happen. And it's insane that like we were kind of talking about maybe they'll do that sometime in the future. And it's going to happen in an episode that's not called Joey and the father, Michael's dad or something. Because yeah, just wild to me they do this. So Joey hasn't really prepared for moving. And which makes sense because they live in the same apartment forever and friends. So why would he even need to? But then he's like, I don't even know how to move. But then Howard shows up and he's like, I got it covered. And he makes all his CPA people do the moving for him. I don't know if this is the last we'll see of Howard, but if it was, well, I guess probably not because now Joey's back at home. But if it was, I'd be like, this is a pretty good send off for Howard.
I do like that Joey hasn't prepared at all, and Alex and Michael are like, Joey, you're so what makes you think you can be so irresponsible and like you can just not do things? And then Howard shows up and it's like, I took care of all of it. And I like when the show kind of acknowledges like Joey lives a charmed life.
Yeah, that is, I like that a lot. And I do like, I'm not convinced the show always like knows what to do with Howard, or that all the Howard plot lines play out the way you would want. But I do think he's a very sitcom-y character that does, when he's working, like fit very well into the fabric of this show. And yeah, it's kind of a bummer that he kind of sinks into the background. Like, you wouldn't want him around all the time, but I feel like you could get one good Howard bit each episode, and that would be fun. Like, I loved him in the Thanksgiving episode where he's just, Joey keeps lying to him about whether he's coming to Thanksgiving. Like that that bit was super funny. Anyway, so when they're talking about the move, Michael and Jimmy, or excuse me, Joey and Jimmy are talking, and Jimmy Joey accidentally says like something, I can't remember what it is, but it leads into Jimmy saying that he knows something, or okay, I'm doing a bad job at this one. There's one of those setups where Joey accidentally mentions to Jimmy that he is Michael's father, not Joey. Jimmy is.
Because Michael said, I'm going to go to Jimmy's work and tell him that he's my dad. And so then next time Joey sees Jimmy, he's like, hey, you're back early from work. He's like, yeah, I got a bombshell.
Oh, right. Yeah. And then, and then they talk about that. And like, he's your son. And he's like, I don't know, maybe. I mean, probably it makes sense. But then Joey and Jimmy Jimmy hatches a plan, because Jimmy's like, oh, I gotta make sure he's my son. I don't know. So they want to get, I like him in this.
That's not a good Adam Goldberg impression at all, but it was very funny.
It's like the vibe he has. He's very like, his energy is very like, whereas Joey is very, I'm a Joey. But anyway, and this character is spiraling more than he usually does, but he's like, I need a paternity test, so let's do a paternity test. And then like, we need some of Michael's DNA. Now, I don't know a whole lot about paternity tests, and like DNA gathering in general. It seems like what they're going to do isn't going to work, but it doesn't work anyway for a hilarious reason. But they're going to try to like, they give him a milkshake, and they're like, drink out of this milkshake, Michael. And Michael does, and then they take the milkshake back, and I guess they're gonna swab the spit or something from it. Yeah. But accidentally, Joey eats the milkshake too fast because he loves milkshakes, so that doesn't work.
And yeah, I mean, this definitely wouldn't work. First of all, very contaminated. Lots of non-Michael substances in with that spit. And second of all, you would need a lot more spit than that.
Right? Yeah, that makes sense. But then, so they were like, we got to do this anyway. Joey moves out, and everything is, well, Joey doesn't move out, but all the moving out happens by the bankers. And Joey has his little like goodbye to his apartment that you would have on a show like Friends or something. But because it's in the middle of the episode, you're like, well, this can't be it, because there's so much more to go. But then him and Zach get in their moving truck, and drive to the new building, this new house, and it turns out there's a fire around where they are. And as they get closer to the house, they realize that it is actually Joey's house that is on fire. What? And he cannot do this move that he had planned. This is ruining his whole life. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But like I said, we're only halfway through the episode, because then Joey comes home and he's like, oh, I guess I got to go back to home where I used to live. But it turns out Michael has turned his house into some sort of or turned his apartment into like a little fraternity almost, where like him and three other guys live, including the character from the first season whose name I forgot.
He turned it in Seth, played by Simon Helbig, who would later be in Big Bang Theory.
That's right.
He turned it into the Star Wars hotel, except it's Star Trek.
Oh yeah, that's true. It is the Star Wars hotel, because the living room, as we'll see in the bedroom, the bedrooms are like bunk beds, and it's kind of weird. It's like looking like an Airbnb, but the living room they've replaced the furniture with just like like the chairs you would kind of see on Star Trek and some consoles that you would play Star Trek with, and they just all play Star Trek for fun, or like it's just what they do. They role play Star Trek as friends. And one of the, I don't know who the second guy is of like the new guys, but the first new guy is Masaoka from Heroes. Do you remember him? He was also in Heroes. Oh, he was in one of those movies we watched where I think he was in the first Meg movie also, but he's like a guy who I kind of remember. But Joey's like, I can't live here. And they're like, well, you can we'll squeeze you in, but you don't have a house anymore. So now you're screwed. And he has to live in a bunk bed with all these dorks. So then, and like I said, we're only about halfway through the episode. Then Joey does Poirot. He does like a little accusing thing where he gets Zach, Gina, Michael, and Alex. Jimmy is not around for this, I don't think. And Howard, who is here, and takes them to the burnt house and then interrogates them, trying to figure out who set the house on fire. Now, when the scene started, Diggins, what did you think was going to happen?
I thought in classic, sitcom kind of wacky hijinks, he would be like, oh, one of you guys did it. I have evidence you were all here, and I can't believe you guys would do this. And then he would get a call. It's like, sir, we found the full cause of the fire. Somebody left an open sandwich near a flame and it caught fire. And Joey was like, no, my sandwich. Oh, no.
Yeah, or like a special hair gel only Joey uses that's extra flammable. Something like that. But and so it's not that. It's also not the fireplace that was set up earlier in the episode that activates automatically, which I was like, kind of like, oh, it's going to be that. And then, it's going to, someone said the word around it by accident. But it's actually, I think it's remote control. Yeah, it's also not Howard, who is there for no reason and would set fire to this apartment because Joey is leaving. Or like set fire to this house because he doesn't want Joey to leave him.
Well, Howard does try to confess, but Joey's like, Howard, I know it's not you. I was with you all day. I didn't even invite you to this.
And I'm like, still, he could do it. Like, Joey, it's probably him, but it's not. We will learn that it is Gina because Gina and Jimmy would sneak into Joey's. And we find out that the crew has been sneaking into Joey's house for things, but specifically those two have been sneaking into the house to have sex, and they use a very flammable lubricant or something that started the fire because they left candles going, and that's who did it. So Gina did it. Whoops.
Yep.
Too bad.
End of plot line. It was Gina.
Yeah, it was Gina. But then they try to cut some of Michael's hair out and stuff. I think they do successfully convince him it was a dream because he doesn't seem to remember this, which I think is weird. And
now to be fair, if you catch me in like the first few seconds when I wake up, tell me something's a dream, and then I fall back asleep, I will not remember it.
So I agree, except then a couple of other members of the people in the room wake up and start doing stuff. And I'm like, well, they're awake. So they remember this too, I assume, but maybe it was some sort of group psychosis. I don't know. So they're trying to get the DNA to do the paternity test, which they do. And they get the results of the paternity test later. But then first, before that, Joey's going to find out that Alex did the fire. Or no, excuse me. Gina did the fire by accident. She confesses, and Joey does the classic sitcom, like, you guys ruined everything. This is all a mess, and I need to get as far away from you all as possible. But not Jimmy, because Jimmy, he goes out to lunch with Jimmy and talks about the paternity test. And Jimmy's like, I'm scared of it. And Joey's like, well, you are his dad, though, so you probably should do something about it. Jimmy looks at the paternity test, finds out he is the dad, and then Michael's there, and they have a little weird father-son acknowledgement moment thing where he goes to the planetarium with him. And that plot line's just over now. Also, just really, really quickly done. And that's weird.
Well, sometimes it turns out that telling people things, you're like, well, that was it. Now you know, and that's the end of it. And nobody has any further feelings.
Our dynamic will probably change a little bit, but not that much. Especially not very much because the show's pretty much over. But beyond that, like, we're done. And then everybody has a big argument. And then Joey realizes as they're having a big argument, they're seeing it in person. And he's like, oh man, having an argument. That's just what I love. These are my crazy people.
Ooh.
Oh, and I did leave out one really funny joke. And you know the way I set it up, it's going to be not funny, but it is funny. When Gina is strategizing how to tell Joey about this, she sets up the she's like, oh man, it's such a bad news. He's going to like really, really be upset with me. And I think Alex is like, well, here's a strategy. Tell him worse news. And then when he's reacting to that, be like, no, that's not it. And then tell him the real news. And then he'll be a little relieved that it's not the worst news. Now, I've never heard of this strategy. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I imagine this is pretty much what you would like get from it. Because like I burnt your house down is pretty bad news. Like I think you could maybe get away with slightly less serious news, but with this, I'm like, I don't know what she expected Gina to do.
Her example is like, I got a C once and I told my parents they failed, but then actually I just got a C. So they were relieved. And it's like, that's the sort of small scale news you can use that on.
Yeah. And so then Gina, not really thinking it through, when Joey shows up, she's like, I got news. And he's like, what is it? He's like, Mom's dead. She goes, yeah. And he's like, oh my God, that's so upsetting. I got to call Dad. And she's like, Dad killed Mom. That's the whole thing.
The like Mom's dead part, I was like, dumb sitcom joke. But then when she escalated to Dad killed Mom so he wouldn't call, that really got me.
Yeah. And I only bring this up because at the end of the episode, Joey one of them, I can't remember, it's Joey or Jimmy, accidentally reveals that they did a paternity test, which they didn't want to tell Michael because that would mean they wanted to maybe Jimmy wasn't going to stick around, even though every single fucking episode Jimmy has had to prove whether he's going to stick around or not.
I don't understand why they seem to think that we did a paternity test would be a big deal. It's like, yeah, by their admission, Gina, slept around a lot. She's certain it's Jimmy, but like there's cause for reasonable doubt. And you just want to be sure before you tell someone like, yeah, I'm definitely your dad. Right. Like, yeah, it's perfectly reasonable.
For sure. Especially because like lying to him or like going with it is like nice, except if there's a real dad out there that's not you, then it's like, you got to figure out who that person is. And like, maybe they are going to show up later. And it's just a mess. Also, Michael loves science and testing. He would love this because it's like science. But anyway, Joey, I think accidentally reveals this to Michael. And Jimmy's like, what did you do? But then as a bit, Joey's like, your mom's dead to Michael to throw him off the set, which is funny. Yeah, that's the episode. That's Joey in the big move. So he didn't move because the house is on fire and stuff. Mm-hmm. And Michael found out that Jimmy is his dad, and Jimmy found out about Michael, and they're cool with that now.
Well, we're all positioned to have really cool plot developments for the future of Joey.
Yeah. So here's my other thing with something that I've forgotten about. We have 5 episodes left.
Uh-huh.
If I remember correctly, you said that Zach is not in the last 5 episodes.
Yes. So this was our actual final Zach.
Very little Zach in it, but also if you wanted to have somebody have done the fire, have it be Zach. Have him have said it maliciously for some reason and like turn out to be a serial killer who wants to destroy Joey's life. Like,
well, I think he left kind of suddenly because the show had been canceled by this point. So like, right. I'm pretty sure he just got a different job and then one day was like, all right, well, we're making stuff that's not even going to air, so I'm going to peace. Goodbye.
Yeah, and also you got a new guy. Jimmy's kind of me. He's a little bit different, but like he's the other guy that's not Michael in these scenes, so there's really no need for both of us. And then he is gone. So bummer. That's a wrap. That's a series wrap on Zach. And I guess it's in the accusing scene. It's the last time we'll see him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what'd you think of this episode, Joey and the Big Move?
It was fine. I mean, I thought it was kind of a weird cop out to just have it be like, that was a big fire and now everything's actually exactly the same.
Yeah.
After building up all season that he was going to do this big move. And
yeah, I agree.
But at the same time, it's like, I didn't feel like him moving was really going to change anything anyway.
Right. Because it's like they spend all their time together anyway, wherever they are. Like Gina doesn't live with them. So she just goes over to the house every day. It's how sitcoms work. So I'd assume he'll just go over to whatever the shared location is. I'd assume that local watering hole that we all love so much, whatever it's called, the place. Mm-hmm. I don't even think we got an establishing shot for it this episode, but they'll just go there.
I'm not sure we've ever. Oh no, I think the first one we got a name for it, but I don't know that we've seen it or heard it since then.
Yeah, we know what it's called. I can't remember what it is, but it's
nope.
Doesn't matter.
But yeah, so like I don't know. There were some funny jokes, but on a plot level, this one was sort of like I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's good that they finally like have Jimmy know that he's Michael's dad now, so things can actually move forward with that.
Yeah, I was really surprised by how quickly that all wrapped up. And yeah, and we've had problems, I feel like, with Michael this season, but this is like, I think the funniest thing he's been doing is kind of trying to hint to Jimmy that he's his dad and trying to make that work. And I think putting those two characters together and being like, oh, this one wants to do science and this one wants to do baseball or whatever, that could be fun.
Well, it is apparent, like, it only comes up once in a while, but Jimmy is supposed to be like a really smart physics guy, just like Michael. He just like
that's true.
Doesn't act like it or seem to care that much.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's true. But yeah. So that's Joey and the new house or something.
Joey and the big move.
Big move. That's a big move.
It is a big move. A big move to back where you started from.
Yeah. But now let's talk about the real big moves that are in the Zootopia movie. Zootopia 2, and I am the IMDb'sman. So, or I'm the summarizer.
Summary guy. What sort of festive counter are you going to use for this one, Nando?
I'm pretty sure I looked up all the Christmas ones and I didn't love any of them. I guess growing Christmas
the Zootopia
tree
ones.
So let's see if I can find what's this? Oh, and by the way, for people that don't know, I have this clock going. It is a pair of hands over the course of 15 minutes, opening a box containing a wedding ring, because eventually one of the animals is going to propose to the other one. We don't know which one, though, because he's more laid back, but so it'd be out of character for him, but that's maybe how we'll show his growth.
Yeah, that's what would make it more romantic.
But then on the other hand, even if he was planning that, I think she would still, because she's a speedy rabbit, be ready, at the hip. Like, oh, I've had this since the day we met, and I'm ready now,
Sounds like Nando's ready to write his fanfic.
I should write something. I mean, we already have all those pictures. All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. So in the last movie, we do a little bit of like hey, the rabbit and the guy, the fox are still cops. And the last movie happened, and it was, they're cops now. She was always a cop, but now he's a cop. So they've done one cop thing. As far as I don't think any time has passed in the world of this movie.
1 week is what they say.
Yeah. So They're they're still brand new, but they're also having trouble. But also they're 1-for-1 in terms of amazing cases that solve all of racism, but also they are passed over for the next assignment because they're too new. So they have the same problem again they had last time, or like Judy had last time, but now Nick and Judy both have it. But it doesn't matter because they go to the crime scene anyway to investigate the crime, and they do it for all the internet as a father and a mother with a little baby. And we all saw this in the trailer. He has a shirt on that says Foxy Dad. And
they do with a full like Idris Elba Bison is like, where are Hops and Wild? And then the comic relief Jaguar is like,
oh yeah,
they already went out with their baby. It's like, but it's just an undercover thing, and it's the little baby man from last movie. But for a second, you're like,
I know, and I'm it's gonna happen eventually, so that'll be great. They're trying to get involved. There's some sort of like shipping business going on, illegal shipping business.
Oh, there's a lot of shipping business going on here.
That's true. And the shipping business, they don't really see the complete results of it, but some sort of contraband was smuggled in. We'll get to that later. Judy and Nick get a little bit of like a whiff of the crime or something is up with that, but they don't figure it out yet. They get in trouble because this is a cop thing and they did the crime, and they're kind of they've embarrassed the department because even though they were the heroes of news last week, they are embarrassments now. But the cop, the one that's Idris Elba, is like, hey, I like you. I hate the fox, but I like you, rabbit. So just don't get in any more trouble. Go to couples therapy or cop couples therapy for one scene, and then we won't do it again. But it'll be in the trailer, so it'll be pretty good. And it's like couples therapy for police animals that are on different, because most of the partners that we know are the same animal, but they're different animals, and that causes trouble. Now, like one of the animals is like a giant animal, and the other one's a little animal. These two are pretty similar. Like, so besides the fact that they're clearly in love, they don't have too much that I feel like is, between them, like stopping them from doing good crimes. But anyway, they notice, Judy notices that there's some sort of snake business going on. That was something that she found in the case. So she's like, there's a snake thing happening snake things are happening. But then she's also like, wait a second. There was like a brochure for an event that's some sort of big gala in the snow district or whatever. And she's like, I bet there's like a snake going there. And she looks on the internet and finds the Fortune Femsters, like Beaver does conspiracy theory videos, but they're kind of history videos about the hidden history of Zootopia. And there was a time when a snake got killed, or a snake killed another animal, and it's why snakes are illegal. Ooh, so then
they do that classic movie thing where it's like, this person's a crazy conspiracy theorist, but actually everything they're saying is 100% true.
That's right.
And you're like, what are we getting at here?
Yeah, she's and we'll get more of her, but we'll get more of her. But yeah, so snake stuff, and like it's like she's like, Judy's like, I bet a snake is gonna do some stuff at the thing, like they're gonna try to get somebody. And it's 100 years
Linksley family gala.
Yeah, and the Linksley family is like the best family. They invented the heat wall or whatever, weather wall, which is a thing that apparently exists in Zootopia. That is a big bunch of air conditioners that separate the different zones of Zootopia, or heaters, and then that is able to create the different climates of Zootopia. So this Linksley man, played by David, whatever his name is, Stratharian or whatever, he's like, Strathern. Yeah. And I never knew how to pronounce that as a kid. And I was just like Stratharian. And then as I got older, I probably could have read it and like actually paid attention, but I never bothered. And luckily up until this point, I've never had to say his name. But anyway, he's the Linksley, the oldest Linksley. The patriarch. Yeah. So they go to this gala. They sneak in. First, they sneak in using like little jackets that make it seem like they work there. But then it turns out that Judy has little outfits that make it seem like they're guests. So they're all dressed up in beautiful ball gowns and stuff. So
they go and they're like, we're going to the ball together in our fancy outfits. And you're like, just like my fan fictions.
And we'll get to the outfits in like later, probably. But so they sneak into this. the cop is there. The cop Idris Elba Ox, their boss, is there, so they have to like be a little sneaky. But they want to try to get to the book because the book is what I think the snake wants, or at least they kind of suspect that. I can't remember why.
There's a notebook that the great grandfather Linksley wrote his original ideas for the Weatherwall in, and it's being displayed at this ball.
Right. So then, while Nick is doing stuff, just like doing, case in the joint or whatever, Judy goes up to try to get a better look at the book and bumps into a new character that wasn't in any of the trailers or posters, who is the Linksley's fail son, played by Andy Samberg. A pretty big actor, one you'd expect to see on the trailers or posters, unless, of course, well, we'll never know. But then they don't. So he's like nice and like kind of a nerd, and it's like, oh, him and the rabbit get along, and things are tricky. Then, and because they've turned off their little communication devices, the fox can't warn the rabbit immediately, but they see like a guy in a hood that turns out to be the snake, making a play for the book, and because he's so cool and snakely and sneaky, he manages to get it, and he runs away, and he almost gets away, but then he gets cornered in the room that the Linksleys, only the Linksleys and the rabbit and the fox are in, and then the Linksleys are like, kill him for us, cops, and then they're like, no, and then they all escape. So now our main characters are on the run, not with the snake though. They're following the snake, trying to get the book from the snake.
Yeah, the mysterious man left with the snake.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. And then a guy got in a little Vespa or whatever, drove the snake away. So yeah, another guy in a hood, different guy. But yeah. So they go to investigate snake stuff, I think is why they do this. They go to the bog, which is a different biome, which is the south. And everybody there is like kind of got that vibe. And there's like animals that are like walruses and stuff. So like your animals that hang out in water. But that's where they meet Fortune Femster, who is the secret, conspiracy theorist who
the crime shrews help them get in touch with Fortune Femster.
Right. Because they're like, yeah, if you need to find a snake person, we got you covered. So, I forget about the crime shrews. And also they make like purses now or something, but because one of them was a girl, and then she kind of grew up and seems to have taken over the crime family.
I think the implication is that they're knockoffs. Like, it's still some crime going on here, but
that's a good point. I don't remember what the deal was with them last year, but I think it was just mostly The Godfather. But yeah, now they have a purse racket going, and they're like, hey, if you guys want to skip town, you can. And Judy's like, no, we got to solve the crime. And Nick's like, well, hold on, let's skip town. And then they don't, because she doesn't want to, and he's in love with her, so he can't, disagree. So they go to the bayou.
Right, fellas?
Yeah. They go to Fortune Femster, and she's like, hey, I'm friendly beaver. I can take you to a guy who's a secret lizard man. Has a secret lizard bar in the middle of a secret place. And then that'll be where you find information. They do this, and there's a lot of stuff happens, but they end up at this bar, and they meet Danny Trejo, who's a little lizard, and he's like, I'm the coolest, most dangerous guy that's ever lived, and I know the secret history of the Zootopia. And the secret history of Zootopia is, without getting into too much detail, because he doesn't explain it yet, there used to be other animals that lived there, including lizards and reptiles and stuff, but they all got pushed out by gentrification. So now they are, they're going to get them too, because they're lizards, and like, that's what they do. So then a bunch of cops show up and raid this bar, and everybody runs away. The snake is there, I think. I can't remember where they meet the snake exactly, but
they only see the snake because the snake steals the book from Judy as they're trying to escape the cops.
Right, I forgot. And Judy has the book. Right, and part of it is the snake there's something out of the book that only the snake can use, but they don't know what it is. So then Judy jumps. So then the snake escapes in one of those little tubes from Futurama, but they're water. And right before the rabbit goes in, the beaver's like, hey, don't go in there because you'll die, because there's too much water. It's too long of a journey. But the rabbit goes in no matter what. The fox has to go in and save her, gets her out of the tube just before she dies. They don't make it all the way to where they're going, and they have a little argument. They have to climb a big mountain. He drops his pen, which is from memories, and then they get to the top of the mountain, and they have argued now. But then
the first movie, the really like meaningful memento.
That's right, that they used to crack and was a little rabbit or a little carrot. So yeah, it's upsetting, and he loves to have it and like use it to make fun of her. But then it turns out that they find the snake, and the snake is like, I'm a good guy and be friends. And then they meet, the other person they meet is Andy Samberg, and he's helping the snake. And by the way, they is what's her name? Judy, because Nick is kind of looking for her at the time, because the cops show up and they destroy the whole building that they're in, which is at the top of a mountain, and everybody almost dies. And they don't, because they managed to save Judy, but not Nick. Do they get Nick? I can't remember.
Nick gets arrested.
Yeah, Nick does get arrested. Okay, that's what I thought. So then now Judy, the snake, and the Lynx, played by Andy Samberg, the Felson Lynx, are all going to work together to expose the crime, which is that the snake can see the front of the book, because the front of the book is metal. He has heat vision, so he's able to see that there used to be a different thing on the front cover that showed where Snake Land was. And he knows because his grandma invented Zootopia, and that's the secret thing.
What?
And the proof that the grandma invented Zootopia is hidden under the snow somewhere. And the only way they can find it is if they find they turn on a lighthouse, because that's kind of where the house was. And the only way they can find a lighthouse is if they turn on the secret snake village, which is only in the master control area of Zootopia. So they got to break in there. Big car chase. The sloth shows up and helps Nick, and now the Fortune Femster, and they're all hanging out
in jail.
Yeah, but he gets out of jail because the beaver gets out of jail and just decides to let him out. I can't remember how this works.
The beaver was also Fortune Femster beaver. I think Nibbles McGibbles.
Yeah.
No, that's not it. I think it is Nibbles, though.
No, it's pretty close. I don't remember what it is either, but it's definitely something like that.
Anyway, she got arrested when at the water place, and
right.
Nick is also arrested, and Nick's like, oh, I just didn't want Judy to get hurt, but I didn't say it right, and she doesn't know that I care.
Right.
And so Nibbles is like, all right, well, I used my beaver powers to turn this wood into a key, so let's get out of here.
That's right. Yeah. And then they also accidentally free all the previous villains, including the one played by Jenny Snape from the last movie. That's a sheep. Mm-hmm. Doesn't really make a difference, but there she is. So then so the two of them have to catch up to the other team because they want to help them, and they call the sloth because the sloth is slow, works at the DMV, but it turns out he's fast. He has a sports car, so he drives very fast to get to them. They get there almost in time. But then they get there just in time to block a lethal round that is being shot by the cops at Judy. Shot technically by accident, but now the Lynxleys are like, kill him, kill everybody. We don't care anymore if people know.
It was loaded because the Lynxleys are like, do a murder. Do a murder.
Exactly. And then, so then everybody's together, except then we learn, and they turn on the thing, and they're like, oh, here's where it is. So they're going to be good. But then it turns out Andy Samberg's one is bad and secretly has been working with the snake so that he can find the thing that only the snake could find and get it, even though no one was after it, and it wouldn't really have come up if he hadn't helped the snake get free. But it turns out he works in the mailroom, and like he concocted this really dumb plan, but it's all to get Fail Sunned up to the main sun. And he's like helping the family. He fake kills Judy with venom, but then they save her. Not fake kills, but like tries to kill Judy with venom. They save her. And then they have to chase him. Well, they don't chase him because then they just go to where the lighthouse is and find the page.
Nick saves Judy and Gary the snake, and then they go to chase.
Yeah. So then they find the thing, and they find the page, and it's like, oh my God, we finally have the page. But then they get the Andy Samberg shows up and burns it again because he can just do that whenever, or tries to, yeah. And he's like kind of become crazy. Right, and just The Shining. I forgot about that. I was gonna say I genuinely can't remember how it goes. Then they arrest him or something. I don't know. And then the end of the movie is that everything's fine and Zootopia is now slightly less racist until next movie, when we find out the new racism is something different. I really can't remember the end of this movie. Oh, right. And that sound effect. Okay. How does the movie end, Dickens?
So it's like, you were right, more or less, where it's like, yeah, so Andy Samberg betrays them, but Nick saves them before they get killed. And then they run off to try to get the proof. There's like a original patent that proves that Gary's grandma or great grandma or whatever made the weather wall. So they're going to get that, but it turns out Andy Samberg is still alive. They have a whole chase sequence where he is Jack Nicholson for some reason.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That was so weird.
But they get to it first. He has one last go where he tries to burn it, but he fails. They tie him up. He gets arrested. The Idris Elba Bison is okay. The mayor, played by Patrick Warburton, stands up to the evil rich people.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about him.
So all the rich people are going to jail because of all the big crimes they did. And snakes are allowed back in Zootopia, so Gary's family comes, and they're all happy. And Nick tells Judy that he loves her. That's not a joke. That happens. But it's like still put in a deliberately ambiguous way.
Yep.
And then Judy leaves her apartment and a feather comes down from up above. What?
Oh, right. Yeah. And like, there have been no birds so far or something.
Well, no bird people, certainly.
I didn't realize this. It's weird. We'll get to it. But yeah, they're going to have to make more of these. And this one seems very much deliberately like kind of what didn't we do last movie. But now I feel like they're going to make them pretty quickly because it made so much money. So I imagine they already have a script and like a treatment, at least for what Zootopia 3 is going to be. So I imagine it'll maybe be more consistent.
And if they don't, they'll approve a sequel anyway.
That's true. Yeah, they'll just do it. Oh, and also they have to track down all the villains that Nick let escape, which seems like a slightly bigger deal.
That's part
of
what
they
did. The stinger essentially is like
yeah.
Nick and Judy are going undercover to catch Jenny Slate again, but it looks like that has happened by the time the movie ends.
That's true. So yeah, but that's the end. Anyway, I did a bad job. We should do 20 minutes. But the mostly because I really did forget how it ends. But also because I feel like it ends twice. And the big ending when the guy is revealed to actually be evil, Andy Samberg goes bad. There's like a little showdown and everything. And at that point, I'm like, well, we don't really need more proof. Like, there's something we need to see. He's hiding it from them because it exists, and he tried to murder them, so that means he's bad. But yeah, so it's a really weird movie. It's a really one-to-one movie also when you get down to it. Like, there's one part I forgot where they find also another piece of snakeskin. Every so often when things are getting a little cold, they find snakeskin and go, ooh, that means the snake is here. I think the fox finds it at the dinner thing, at the gala.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that's it. Diggins, speaking of, I don't know. They have cars. I mean, they have a ton of cars in this. They have baby carriage for the baby they have.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of baby carriages have wheels.
What?
I have a wheel right here, and this is the wheel. It's sectioned off into 4 different quadrants: ice, fire, green, and then whatever the 4th one is. I don't remember, Savannah or something. And we're just gonna spin it and talk about the segments as they come up. For people that are wondering, yes, this is the same wheel that did crimes before, but we let it back in, even though woke is back. We still have decided to be magnanimous, and we're letting the wheel. We're giving it another shot because it said hate is wrong. It doesn't like hate, so that means it's better.
Well, that means it's all good now.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how many times it didn't directly condemn the KKK for liking it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't have anything to do with all those movies that kind of bombed. The wheel isn't responsible for those. It's actually just, it's cool now. We're gonna spin it. So here we go. Tick, 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 tick. It landed on one of Diggins's. That's good. Diggins, you want to read this one to everybody?
Yeah, and look, we got to get the big stuff out of the way here. So I landed on one here that just says, "Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars?"
Whoa, what is this?
That's the classic music for you put on your AMV about your 2 characters you really want to kiss, Nando.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. This is me not being enough of a child of the internet with some of these
Mm-hmm.
things.
Mm-hmm.
It's back to our Yowie conversation from last week. Some things I just don't know what they are.
People loved us talking about Yowie and Yuri.
I'm glad they found out. Yeah, it's very good for them.
We gotta talk about the unresolved sexual tension between Nick and Judy.
I know. I was gonna ask this because I was thinking about this earlier. Like, what's the deal with like mules in Zootopia? You know, like hybrid animals. Do they exist in Zootopia?
I mean, presumably, what we know horses definitely do now.
Right. Yeah.
We have Mayor's Sky Dancer is a horse.
Mm-hmm. So then I don't see why they can't just try, you know, like I think they maybe will, but is it like a crime? Probably
you know,
crime.
there's a certain comic I read, Nando, that posits that it's very possible for the two of them.
That's true. There's other things that would stop them from having a child together.
Mm-hmm.
But so there is like a tension, like a romantic tension between these two, I think.
I think this movie, I said this, 30 minutes ago or whatever when we were recording before. I think the first one, there was a chemistry, but it was plausibly like it just sort of ended up that way. Like it was clearly written originally to be very platonic and just like friends. This one, they know.
Yeah, they must.
Know. I mean, even just the deliberate winks and nods. There's the thing I said about they're with their baby.
Oh, yeah.
They keep saying it's their 1 week, partner anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's one point when they're on like a walrus boat, she says like happy anniversary or something, and the walrus is like, it's your anniversary, and he like turns on like a little celebrating romantic light thing. There's when they do the fancy outfits, they sort of have that moment of like, wow, you actually don't look so bad.
Mm-hmm.
The big place on the mountain that they're going to is a honeymoon hotel.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It is a honeymoon hotel. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and I mean, these are just the things I can think of off the top of my head.
Well, yeah, I was going to say the thing that kind of because I kind of knew going into this that we weren't getting this, like, weren't getting a very explicit, like, answer that they were going to be in love or something, just because I saw it, like, later than everybody else. And I knew the internet would have already ruined it for me if that was in it, if they kissed or something. God, they should do. They should do one of those things where they just use all the pictures everybody already drew. And it's like the fans get to kind of draw the one scene. That'd be pretty cool. I didn't know for sure how this was going to go, but I did kind of get the vibe do you remember when she calls her parents and they're like, come back to the farm and have lots of babies? Cause that's what rabbits do. We start families. And Judy's like, I'm too independent. I'm too interested in doing crime to have love. It reminds me very much of those holiday movies where it's like, I do business and I can't appreciate Christmas. But in those movies, every single time, the woman falls in love with the man who owns a Christmas tree shop or whatever, or hot frosty, whatever it may be. Mm-hmm. So it did feel like for me, when I saw that beat, I was like, oh, they maybe are setting it up for her to have some sort of romantic something. And then the other thing is she has a little bit of like kind of flirty chemistry with the evil Lynx, the Andy Samberg Lynx.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when that happens, Nick seems to get a little jealous.
Mm-hmm. He's a little upset. I kind of thought maybe because part of me was like, and the whole twist idea of it is so dumb, but also it's just like that's how these movies tend to go, and they even make the joke about it in the movie. But like for the beginning part, I was like, well, he's so clearly the villain that maybe he's not the villain, and maybe his job here is really just he's here to drive a wedge between Nick and Judy romantically, while he's still like a good guy, and then eventually Nick will have to confess his feelings to Judy because of the, because of what he has been revealed to have felt. And that's not what they end up doing with it. But it's kind of what they do with it. But yeah,
Nick does have to confess his feelings that he cares about Judy and doesn't want her to get hurt because she's the most important person in his life. And again, I'm not making any of this up. These are things that are said in the movie.
Yeah. It's they're also like alone in the beginning of the movie, like in their separate apartments, and they both seem very depressed. Like she has sad, empty apartment because she does nothing but work, and like we're saying, she's like microwaving little carrots or whatever. And then Nick lives in like a grimy bachelor pad, and she eventually comes to his house to rile him up to do this, investigation. But that's the first time she's seen it, and she's like, ugh, your place is disgusting. And I'm kind of like, yeah, that's because you guys are gonna have to live together in the future. It's gonna be interesting. You guys are gonna have
what she actually says, Nando.
Oh,
like, it's not exactly this, but it's something along the lines of like, ugh, no wonder we never come here.
yeah, it is something like that. You're right. Yeah. Do you think in the next movie they'll do it?
Have sex?
Well, I mean, perhaps, but definitely. Do you think we will ever get a Zootopia kiss from the fans? Like something?
No. I mean, not until 20 years down the line when the first little kid who had their sexual awakening to Nick and Judy gets to be the lead animator on the like 7th Zootopia. That's when it'll happen.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm honestly surprised. How old do we think these characters are, by the way? Because this has always kind of confused me about this.
I mean, they're clearly supposed to be adults because she's like, I did all the schooling, I went to the academy, I trained, and now I'm going off on my own, have my own job. Like,
yeah.
I'd say like 20s.
That's what I would say too. And I don't know too much about the voice actors for Judy. But like I know Jason Bateman, and he's like, I don't know, pushing 50 maybe. So like, I do read Nick as older than Judy, but maybe that's just because I kind of assume the actor doing Judy is also just kind of young. But and not that I'm thinking there.
Well, that's Hollywood, ain't it?
Yeah, I know, and not that I'm saying there can't be an age gap. The Zoomers will like they'll take all the kissing rabbits and foxes unless they're 10 years older than one of the other ones. But that would be the only thing for me that's like, this is setting them up to maybe not be this.
Jennifer Goodwin is 47, which is 9 years younger than Jason Bateman.
Get out. Oh, wow, he's over 50. That's pretty good. And then my other question.
Did you see that Jason Bateman killed Conan's parents?
I did. I figured he would just wait, like, wouldn't you do one and then give it a year so you could kind of race it? But no, he just has a thirst for blood and killed them both.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
One after the other. Yeah. Pretty messed up.
Yeah. Do you think Jason Bateman's guy, the Fox, has had a girlfriend before? Like, because I see Judy not having, but does the Fox?
Yeah. All right, Nando, let's get right to it. Let's answer the question that's really on our minds. Has Nick Wilde fucked?
Yeah, it has he. And it's like, the answer has to be yes, unless it's like a religious thing, right? Like,
he gives the energy of someone who has fucked.
Yeah, he's a streetwise, smart talking hustler. And not that that's fucking constantly, but I feel like he's definitely got a little bit of that going on.
I'm full on that guy from that Silicon Valley show. I look at Nick Wilde, I'm like, this guy.
Yeah, Ross Hanneman, yeah. I feel like the thing we'll probably learn with Nick in the future, if they wanted to do this, and they shouldn't, because again, I want the bunny and the fox to kiss, is that Nick has some sort of like love that's kind of a lot like him and ruined his like whole thing. Like that'll be very, she'll come back into the picture. Lady. Yeah, from the Robin Hood, yeah. Yeah, an archery expert or something.
Yeah, she comes back and she's like, remember when we used to steal from the rich and give to the poor, Nick? And he's like, I put that behind me.
My Antifa days are long gone. But the idea that like she's the idea that it's like, because he can't just be having one night stands. I mean, he can, but if he does, it has to be because of some kind of relationship that went wrong very early in his life, or right as he was like becoming an adult, and then kind of set him on the wrong path. Although, do we know like what Nick's deal is? He has like daddy issues, right? He says it in this, I think.
We really don't know exactly what his issues are. In both movies, he kind of hints at having like a really rough childhood.
Yeah.
But like he never actually says what it was.
yeah, it's another problem, not problem necessarily, but like something I'm so curious about with like Zootopia as an area and like as a place is like it's the world of Zootopia is more than like Zootopia is just a city where everybody lives together.
Right.
But in the
Yeah.
world, there's different biomes where like only the rabbits live together and do farming and whatever. Um,
Well,
I'd like to know where
like,
Nick is.
animals that make sense in that environment. Because like there were
Exactly.
foxes where Judy grew up also.
That's true. Yeah. I'd like to know, is there like systemic poverty in certain parts of the thing, and is that connected to certain animals? So as a fox, should we be like, yeah, he had a hard time growing up because he had to eat garbage or something, and then but
I feel like that'd be like a raccoon.
yeah, that's true, that would be like a raccoon. Have you ever seen, by the way, do you have any foxes by you, like in
I've
the
seen a fox in my life,
have you ever heard
like in the
one?
wild.
Yeah, in the Nick Wild. Have you ever heard a fox at night just like howling and stuff?
I don't know that I've heard one in real life. I have heard what a fox sounds like, and it's crazy.
Terrifying. Yeah, they're adorable. I love seeing them, but they are so like weird. Um, they don't sound like Jason Bateman or Maid Marian.
No, no, no,
But
no, no. Although, am I crazy? Is is there a "What does the fox say" reference in this
there
movie?
is a what does the fox say? At one point, someone is taunting him, probably when he gets arrested, and then they say like, "What does the fox say?" or something to him. And like, listen, a Zootopia movie, I get it. It's like kind of funny and it's fox related, but like it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, what is that just a regular song about what do we say? Like, is that
Yeah.
is that the put your
That
hands up?
was. I was gonna say that was sung by like the Zootopia equivalent of like NWA.
Yeah. I feel like they could have gotten away with like a joke of like what does the Nick say or something, as like a character says that, and we know that in universe that's not like, or if someone said it really matter of factly, it would be kind of funny. But I mean, the way this movie does jokes does kind of, it's like they're so quick that you kind of forget about the ones that don't work. But that one was also confusing for me in the moment. Um, Also, because like it's a joke about a joke, right? Like that we forget that's a parody song by a Swedish parody song band
Yeah,
or
no,
something.
they're a joke band. They make joke songs. They also
Yeah.
did "What's the Meaning of Stonehenge."
Yes. And they've and then the fact that like the next week Saturday Night Live had their version of What's the Fox Say, it's like you can't do that. That's against the rules. It's not funny if you do it. And yeah, so weird that was in there. Do you think if Nick and Judy got married,
As we
they
saw in
would,
any of the drawings.
as we saw in all of the drawings, like, do you think it would be a crime? Do you think
Are you asking me if there are anti-miscegenation laws in Zootopia?
that's right? Yeah, because like we've never seen a like couple that's that. I don't think.
Well, but then in the beginning of the movie, when Nick and Judy are pretending to be parents, the anteater's not like, "Oh my god, what are you
Yes.
doing in public? Oh my
Mhm.
god!" Like he's just like, "Oh, you're parents. You're not supposed to be here." So I feel like either that anteater's really cool, or
Yeah.
there aren't anti-miscegenation laws.
Well, that anteater is kind of cool, right? Does it turn out he was a good guy, or did he not know he was smuggling the
I don't think
freedom
he knew
fighting?
what he was smuggling. I think people passed him some money, and
Yeah,
he took care of business.
that's fair. One of the other things that happened in the movie that was a sexual joke, which I didn't hate, was that he when Nick and Judy go to the bar in like the secret underground speakeasy, Nick does that thing where he steps on a lizard's tail and then it comes off like some of them do, like they detach, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I hurt your tail." And then the lizard, who's like a kind of like that lady from Futurama who like lives in New Jersey, like smokes a lot of cigarettes, is like, "Keep it, doll," or something. And you're like, "Oh, she's hitting on him." So like something could have happened between them, and they're not even the same like species, but the same kind of animal at all.
Kingdom.
Yeah.
Well,
so
they're the same kingdom, the animal kingdom, but the same genus.
I don't know. Yeah,
remember how it goes.
he's a mammal and she's a lizard. So like, what is that? Or reptile. So like, what does that mean? Is that I don't think it would be good if the third movie did the prejudice that the third movie got at was racial segregation, but and specifically like couples not being able to get married.
No, I guess this one was more like you said, gentrification than segregation.
Yeah. And it was I guess it's gentrification, and it's like, I mean, it's a lot of stuff. We'll probably touch on some of it. I don't know. I hope they get married.
Yeah,
because I think it would create a lot of fun problems that I'd like them to have to solve. I'd like for the universe of this movie to have to reckon with where are all the other interspecies couples?
mm-hmm.
How do other people feel about this? Like, are they going to have babies? Can they have babies? Yeah, I want to know all.
Is it going to be like they get wrapped up in like a protest where it's like, mixed species couples are like gonna go march on City Hall, and like they're sort of like become the public face of it because they're the hero cops, and they're like, we need you to like lead the charge because everyone loves you, and they're like, but we're not, and then that forces them to confront their fears, and then they sort of like end up getting together because everyone assumes that they were already.
And maybe this is where Nick's girlfriend comes back into the picture, and she's like, oh, Nick, I didn't know you were mature and so cool and woke. I love you now, and leave her rabbit for me. And then he's like, wow, I want Nick, it, but actually now I don't.
Taste for rabbit now.
Yeah. Also, and we haven't really brought this up because the movie doesn't, but he is a predator and she is a prey, which I feel like is a dynamic in a relationship that you probably don't want, but also it's like, whatever. It's 2025, you know, do you.
As long as all parties are consenting.
Yeah.
You do what you want.
But also this movie kind of papers over the predator prey thing with
they
this
kind of just ignore it. They're like, we know that was like the big racism in Zootopia society last movie, but don't worry about it.
And now the new racism is like, or like the new kind of like problem is that they're interspecies partners and they can't get along, but it's not.
They're necessarily too different.
Yeah, they're just too different. And
diversity is a weakness, Nando. So.
It is for cops.
Well, they certainly.
Or it's really helpful because it helps them figure out who to get. But but yeah, the relationship was strange.
But we're both on team they should kiss.
I am. I think it's the more interesting option. And yeah, and it'd be so funny to see the Barbados Slim, speaking of Futurama, of rabbits show up or something like that, like a jacked, cool rabbit that's everything Nick isn't, and just ruin Nick's whole deal.
He's like fun. A sprinter or something.
Yeah. He never does crimes and has a nice clean apartment and stuff. Yeah.
And he's really career driven. He's really focused on like being the best sprinter he can be, which, Judy, of course, really relates with that.
Yeah, he could be a sprinter / like pro bono lawyer or something like that. So he's like still also obsessed with the law.
And he volunteers with like children's hospitals on the weekend.
Yeah. And and then Nick can like try to do that and fail. These are, this is doable.
Listen, everyone, listeners out there, these are great fanfic ideas. Feel free to take any of them.
Have they ever made a buddy cop movie where the buddy cops get together at the end sexually? Like,
I feel like the answer is yes. But
there must be, right?
I have an example off the top of my head.
It would have to be another one of these where they're not just regular cops, because otherwise they wouldn't be cops. I mean, to be fair, Now You See Me almost does that, except he turns out not to be. I mean, he is a cop, I guess, but he's secretly also a magic man. But there's a romance between the investigators, so there's that. I don't know. So they can take from that playbook. Just do Fast and Furious, actually. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Good. I like that.
We solved it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, why don't I go ahead and spin this wheel now that we've gotten the elephant out of the room. That I think might also be in this movie.
Yeah, for sure.
So we got woo tick 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 tick. Oh, Nando, it landed on one of yours.
Yeah, okay. So this is just pretty much my letterbox review because my letterbox review was a question. And the question is this: Hey Shakira, what's a zoo? And this is a problem for me because I don't mind that they do these, like Shakira is, for whatever reason, the only singer that seems to exist in the Zootopia verse. And her name is Gazelle, even though she could be Shakira or, Sharkira or whatever. Well, she can't be Sharkira because that's a fish. But like they could do a pun with her name, but whatever.
Feels like, yeah, if it was Gazelle, always makes me think it's Adele before I remember.
Yeah.
No, it's Shakira.
And like originally I was like, maybe they had Adele originally, like, and then she, pulled out at the last minute and they had to do Shakira. But I'm like, they're not similar enough that I think Adele would write a, fun party anthem. It wouldn't, they're not, yeah. If it was like Rihanna gets placed with Shakira, I'd be like, yeah, I could see that. But anyway, so Gazelle, she's in the first movie, she's in the second movie. She's the one with the sexy tigers and all that.
Mm-hmm. You guys,
she has a new, yeah, you guys know exactly what we're talking about. And they feature heavily in this movie. They get one dancing scene in the beginning, and then they show up again at the end. And then they're there at the end for the song. So we see plenty of them. But I was confused about this, and it only because they started doing this song early enough in the movie for me to still be paying attention to the movie. The lyrics of the song specifically, and is and let me just bring them up because I should probably do that. So the song is just called Zoo. And the chorus that is all that I can kind of remember is, come on, get up, we're wild and we can't be tamed, and we're turning the floor into a zoo, ooh, ooh, ooh. Come on, keep it up, it's fun if you're down to play, and we're turning the floor into a zoo, ooh, ooh, ooh. So my question is, what does that mean to them? Like, what is this zoo to these people? Is it prison? Is it a sex party? Is it a talent show? Like, and then if it's a prison, that doesn't really make sense for this, but like, are there humans there? Are there birds there? Maybe there's bird zoos. And it's just weird to me that they mention zoos at all. And okay. I imagine she wrote this song, or that one guy in Sweden who writes all the songs wrote the song. So like this had to go through some approval process, but probably not the Zootopia writer approval process. But like I have to imagine they had better, like if the writers got a hold of this, they would have had a better like kind of metaphor than just the word zoo.
But I mean, like, they have to have the word zoo because the city's called Zootopia.
Yeah, I thought about this, but like Zootopia, I assume is like zoological. Like I think Zootopia, like, is just like Animaltopia. So I didn't mind that.
Also, the zoo in zoo, it's just short for zoological garden.
Yeah, but with zoological, no one like. I guess that's true. But yeah, like, what is the?
I think I have an answer for you, Nando.
Okay, yeah.
I think in the Zootopia universe, a zoo is what they call like one of those like wilderness retreats where everyone's like, we're just going to get back to nature. We're going to get really in touch with our like primal instincts. One of those ones where you like go out and like do a bunch of peyote or ayahuasca or something.
Like Burning Man, where they go in this movie.
Like Burning Man, where they go in the movie. Burning.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Burning Animal?
I don't remember.
Burning Animal?
That sounds right. Yeah. Yeah.
I remember seeing it and I was like, there's a better version of this.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's like Burning Manatee, but again, we can't acknowledge the sea animals that have feelings because we grind them all up into paste in this movie. But like,
I feel like it might be Burning Animal, and I'm like, Burning Mammal was right there. Come on, guys.
Yeah. But yeah, you think it's that? You think it's like a...
Yeah, I think it's kind of like that. That's why because she's at the Burning Man. So she's like, yeah, we're here at the zoo. We're going wild.
Yeah, actually, because it is about going wild, which was a big problem with the last movie, but it doesn't really come up in this movie. Let me see if the other verses give more hints, because I didn't read the verses. I just remember hearing the word zoo in the chorus. First verse is, we live in a crazy world, caught up in a
true.
rat race. That sounds racist. Like, concrete jungle, life is sometimes a mad place. It's you and it's me together at the end of a wild day. Don't keep it bottled up and release your energy. So, like, is this song about fucking? Hey.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Maybe Shakira is also on Team Nick and Judy Should Kiss.
I think
so.
This
might be a song about how Nick and Judy should kiss.
Let's look at the second verse. We live in a heated time, no chance to cool down, continuously confined. And what do we do now? It's all about finding love, sometimes hard to come by, but when it comes to us, it's always a good time. Okay. Yeah. I think that this is Shakira's or Max Martin's or whatever way of writing that they're gonna have sex eventually. That's pretty cool.
I think so.
I also, I think I played this trailer or something because the trailer for this movie had the song in it. I played something that had the song in it at home. And Hannah, who didn't watch the movie with me, and wasn't super aware of the movie, was like, oh, it's that song from the World Cup, the Africa song. And I was like, no, it's a different song. It's Shakira, but it's a different song. And I listened to it. It's the same song. It's really, really similar.
Well,
and
dude, write 2 songs, Nando? Come on.
And now I want to go back and listen to her one from the last movie because she also wrote a song called Try Everything. I haven't seen the last movie since it came out. Like, much as I love thinking about whether these guys are going to kiss, I don't have a whole lot of investment in it by watching the movie. So let me listen to the...
Yeah, you mostly just read the fanfics.
Yeah. This is different enough. Yeah, this is totally different. It really is. This other song, Zoo, just feels a lot like Waka Waka this time for Africa. That's cool. Also, I didn't realize the words of it were Waka Waka, which is cool for
like Fozzie Bear.
Like Fozzie Bear, yeah. I guess she's a big Muppet fan. The Muppets should be in this because they're animals, kind of.
Well, some of them are.
What kind of animal is Animal, if you had to guess?
Oh man, I mean, he's like hairy, but he has sharp teeth, and he's like, he's like bipedal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he feels like the same animal as whatever, like not whatever, because I know the Tasmanian devil is a Tasmanian devil, but he feels like that kind of animal. But so maybe like a honey badger or something like that.
Ooh, honey badger's good. Honey badger's good answer.
I don't know if they're bipedal, but
they're not.
They probably can be. You know, they probably rear up onto their hind legs.
You ever see a bear on its hind legs? A bear that is in like spring or basically like after they're done hibernating.
Oh, no, I am not.
It's Bigfoot.
Oh, really?
You look at pictures of bears on their hind legs, like, you know, when they're thin, and you're like, oh, that's where Bigfoot comes from.
That's funny. Oh, yeah.
They just look like weird hairy men.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like this. Are there any bears? There's bears. Are there bears in these? Or is that too much?
I feel like there might have been a bear in the first one.
Right?
I mean, they fit the criteria for the kinds of animals that are in these.
For sure. I feel like, but if anything, maybe a bear.
At minimum, there's the polar bear henchman of the Arctic Shrew mobster.
That's true. Yeah, he does have a henchman. They will. And oh, yeah. And then at one point, while they're on their way to the snow zone or something, I feel like Nick steals a Coca-Cola from one as if, or steals a scarf from one that has a Coca-Cola.
Yes, correct. That does.
Which I assume that guy is made of AI now, and he has like 8 legs or something, because Coca-Cola doesn't make those ads the way they used to. But yeah, so I guess there are bears. That's cool. Are they? What's the biggest land animal? Is it elephants?
Land animal? Like, it might be elephants.
Yeah. We see those for sure, which we'll get to. But anyway, yeah, I think it's weird that the zoo is in here. If anybody has any suggestions about what you think Shakira meant by the word zoo and why this wasn't a sad song that they were all singing, let me know in the comments and the Discord or Twitter or whatever. I'm gonna spin the wheel again. Tick 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 tick. Ooh, it landed on. By the way, it is Alphonse. Okay, that makes sense. It landed on one of Diggins's. Diggins. Wow, this one is going to be a controversial one if I've ever seen one.
Oh, yeah? You think so?
Mm-hmm.
You think the people aren't ready?
I mean, if there's anything that the people aren't ready for, it's going to come from the Zootopia 2 episode for sure. Because, yeah, of how it breaks boundaries. So, what do you got?
I have what's called here another loss for the Short Kings.
Yeah.
So, in like roughly, the animals in Zootopia are supposed to be about the size of the actual animals, right?
Oh, sure.
Like Judy is probably a little bigger, but roughly the size of a rabbit on its hind legs. Nick is about the size of a fox on its hind legs. The elephants are huge. Like the horse mayor is quite large.
Yeah.
The shrews are tiny little shrews. They are like little guys. And you're like, okay, I understand the rules of this world. Why are these lizards so big?
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Well, how big are those lizards?
They're like human-sized. They're huge.
You were talking about the one that Danny Trejo is?
Yeah, the ones in that scene. Yeah, all the lizards in the like somewhat like ethnically coded, but like 3 different ethnicities, so I can't fully pin it down to anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. And the lizard that he is probably the common basilisk, based on looking at this, because that's the one that runs on water. And that is a tiny little lizard compared to the rest of these animals.
They can run on water like that is by being so small.
That's right. Yeah, why are the lizards so big?
And he's like bigger than Nick and Judy.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they so big?
Maybe that's why everybody hates them so much. That's because they're racism, because they're basically dinosaurs. So what happened to the Zootopia dinosaur? That does make them cool. Yeah. Yeah, and also that lizard, the one that... Because there's like some lizards that are really big. Or like big enough that you'd be like, yeah, that's bigger than Judy and Nick.
There are big lizards big enough where like if they were larger than a rabbit or a fox, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, monitor lizard, Gila monster, whatever. Those guys.
Komodo
the
dragon,
one that eats...
Yeah.
Komodo dragon, yeah. But the one that Nick steps on the tail of, which is the lizard that is taller than him, based on just how tall that is, if you kind of just eyeball it, that just looks like a regular ass lizard that's the size of a fox.
Yeah. And like the lizards that like lose their tails like that and regrow them are like, again, fairly small lizards.
Yeah. I don't know what the answer to that is.
So big.
Do you think it's something in the water? Like something they're exposed to that nobody else is? But I can't imagine what that would be. Because, I mean, well, okay. It seems like lizards traditionally live in Lizardville or something. That's not in Zootopia, but is like outside of the bounds of the city or whatever. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's just irradiated, or so they're all like Godzilla babies or something.
That's where the nuclear site happened, like where the nuclear weapons fell that killed all the humans and mutated the humans into animal people.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it happened. So it's more irradiated. So they're still mutating and getting big.
Yeah. I would have to assume it's that. Because, yeah, it really doesn't make very much sense. What do lizards eat?
Depends on the lizard. Usually bugs.
Right. Which like do exist in the Zootopia verse.
Yeah, I mean Nick and Judy get served a big old bowl of worms.
Have we ever seen them before? Like bugs?
I don't remember if there's bugs in the first movie or not.
It's weird now that I think about it, because like, yeah, the way the food chain works, is the lion mare from the last movie eating guys? You know, like,
wow. In the world of the first movie, Nando, that's racist.
that is racist in the world. The first, in the world of the second movie, it's just, it's a little awkward, but
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, because like this is there. I would say this movie also goes out of its way a couple of times to show us, and I cannot remember seeing this in the first one, that people like the people that live on the docks and stuff, the bayou dwellers or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
they just eat fish, live
Whole
kind of fish. Yeah. And the people in the little, what's it called? The juke joint or whatever, they don't have necessarily, they don't eat lizards, but they can, or eat bugs, but they could find them for a prank. And like, they know that people think they eat bugs or something.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I know why, they do that. But then like, if that exists, is that all anybody eats? Because like, they can't eat each other.
Maybe it's like BoJack Horseman, where it's like, yes, we eat the people, but there's like lobotomized people who aren't like intelligent, and that's what we use. And yeah, that's fucked up. Just don't think about it.
That's fair. Or yeah, when a person dies, they or like when a fox dies or whatever, they're just ground up into some sort of food or something, and that's it. But
they make Soylent Green.
Yeah, and that would be reasonable. But wait, the rabbits are vegetarian, obviously, but then they farm, so like they make, carrots.
I mean, carrots are actually not great for rabbits.
Yeah,
they mostly eat like grass and hay.
Everything you ever learned in kindergarten is the opposite or something. Like everything's lies. Cats don't drink milk. The carrots thing, like just assume it's the opposite. Running with scissors is really cool and fun. Makes running better, makes scissors better.
Mm-hmm. Swimming is improved by doing it less than 30 minutes after you eat.
Yeah. So talking about the animals and like the eating of them, maybe that's why the lizards are so big, is because all the rest of these animals eat some sort of like soy bean kind of thing or something that's like replacement meat or whatever, but the lizards and the people of the sea are eating regular meat, and like that's just better for your body in the Zootopia verse, at least.
So you're saying maybe the Zootopia universe also has a certain Health and Human Services secretary, or should have one?
Yeah. What could his pun be? Robert F. Kangaroo Jr. No, it doesn't work. Although he is jacked like kangaroos are jacked sometimes, in that way where it's like, this is gross. That thing is jacked though. I hope it doesn't get me.
Well, but it is slightly different in that the kangaroo is actually jacked and could get you.
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas RFK Jr. Failed to do a pull-up recently.
I saw that. Yeah. I mean, listen. Can you do a pull-up, Diggins?
I have done a pull-up in my life.
I have too. Those were the days.
Listen. I'm not sitting here claiming I can do pull-ups or that I'm in shape, but he is.
He is, yeah.
So that's the difference.
That is a big difference. Yeah. I mean, listen. What's a Robert animal pun that we could do? Or a junior animal pun if we wanted to. RFK. Yeah, I'm really bad at these. Junior. I don't know.
Maybe he could be like RF Cayman, and he's a Cayman.
Yeah, or RFK9 or something, or RFK. Yeah, those all work. That's a good one. There's a bunch of animals he can't be because he killed them in real life, or
So bear, whale.
No bears, no whales, no. He loves crows, so no crows. Those are the main ones, I guess. Worms. He doesn't like worms.
Babe, it's not a worm.
That's true. It's not a worm, we learned.
Mm-hmm.
She was upset about that we said it was. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we've discussed everything we can about the lizards being big, considering where we've ended up. So why don't I go ahead and spin that wheel?
Yeah.
All right. Whoa! Tick, 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 tick. Oh, Nando, one of yours. I never could have seen this coming.
This is an important one for me. I feel like I've been talking about this for a while, ever since I saw the trailer, ever since I saw the picture that they released of the first one. And it's just naked and afraid. Like, the snake is naked the whole movie. Last movie,
that's true. Well,
our characters.
Not true. Not true.
Well, that's true. He wears a fanny pack. That's right. He does have that. And sometimes he has his cloak.
And he has a scarf.
And he has a scarf and all that. But for the most part, he's not wearing a shirt, which you could put on him if you wanted. And like, so last movie, I remember this vividly because I was also like, that's a weird thing to canonize in these movies. They go to a nudist colony and there are nudist animals that are just there and like Judy and Nick are like, whoa, this is awkward for us. Like, we don't see this every day. Right. And then we do this movie. And for the most part, that would be consistent with how Zootopia works. Like, everybody wears clothes, even the animals where it would be inconvenient, but they have like a little slacks on and whatever. But then when you go to the bayou, there's a lot of animals wearing just shirts and no pants. And, what's that in this? Are those just guys without pants? Just, letting it all hang out right in front of the guys?
Well, Nando, have you ever been to the bayou?
I haven't. No, I've never been to the bayou for sure.
Because I think you might find the answer is yes.
I believe it, but then it gets much worse with the snake because the snake is effectively naked throughout the whole movie, even when he doesn't have the scarf. There's points where he doesn't have the scarf and he loses the fanny pack because the fanny pack gets taken from him at one point or something.
Andy Samberg takes it when he does his sudden but inevitable betrayal.
That's right. Yeah. Which means this snake is just naked the whole time, which is this. Do you think this is a cultural snake thing where like everybody in Snakeville just wears no clothes? Does his mom wear or grandma wear clothes in Flashback? Do you remember that?
She has a fancy little hat.
Yeah, she does. She has a little hat. They should be forced to wear clothes, I think. Even if it's just a little bit of clothes, like even if it's like just a garter belt or something, that would be like for me, okay, well, he's wearing some clothes. But then I'm like, these guys don't have genitals, right? I mean, they have stuff that they have in
Much like many reptiles, Nando, snakes have internal genitalia.
That's right.
It only becomes outside the body when they're erect.
That's right. Oh, well. And he doesn't have any reason to, in this movie at least. I mean, he could, I guess. He's happy that he finds the house. He could be like, but it's I think it's strange that they do that in this, that they decided to throw a snake into the mix without giving it a hat that it wears at all times, that is just qualifies as clothes for it. Because it's pretty weird. And I also think it's weird that Nick sees the one animal without the pants in the bayou and is kind of freaked out by it. Not like freaked out, but like a little weirded out by it. Because it's like, well, it doesn't have genitals. I could see that it doesn't have genitals. Does it look like genitals to you?
Not visible genitals.
Not visible genitals. But then if it's not for genital purposes, why do they have to wear pants? Why is it ugly to see? No,
if you saw someone and they had taped it up so you couldn't see their genitals, but they weren't wearing pants. Just everything's out there. We wouldn't be like, ugh.
I mean, it's like a beach, right? That's like a, like a little bikini bottom kind of.
I don't know what beaches you're going to.
I mean, the coolest ones. There's the ones in Zootopia, I guess. But like, yeah, I feel like they shouldn't have done this. They should have made it something else. They should have given him a little, Because you know what? I'm pretty sure the one in the other guys has a little, or what is it? The nice guys? I'm pretty sure that snake has claws.
The bad guys.
The bad guys, right. There's too many movies that are called this. The bad guys, I'm pretty sure he does. Yeah, he wears a hat and a little shirt. So yeah, it can be done. Maybe it's copyrighted by these guys, but they should have tried because I don't like it. But that's just my correct opinion. Yeah, I'm so worried about what
you can disagree with it, but you know that you'd be wrong.
It is correct. Yeah, it's a shame that you would disagree, but I get it. Some people do disagree with me, but that is wrong. Yeah, that's all I got for that one. Let's spin the wheel again. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, it's right between two. Oh, this one's yours. Okay, let's hear this one.
We got one here now, somewhat related to the one you just gave, actually, Nando.
Mm-hmm.
Which is to say, it's called Ectothermic as the Plot Demands.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Gary being cold-blooded and when that is and isn't important.
Yeah, can you explain what that is? Just like, let's get a baseline for what cold-blooded animals are and what that means.
So a cold-blooded animal, like most reptiles, is an animal that has no, or at least like negligible sources of internal body heat. So like we are naturally warm. Mm-hmm. Our bodies are naturally warm. Left to our own devices, we just stay warm, like without having to do anything.
Right.
Cold-blooded organisms are not like that. They require their environment to be hot in order for them to stay like active and warm. And if they don't have an external source of heat, they become very lethargic because they have to conserve their energy. Now, of course, you know, they still give off heat and like can move and act and such, but I think people consistently underestimate how much temperature affects cold-blooded animals. Like even in like the Caribbean, if it's nighttime, if it's like a decently cool night, so it's still probably like in the 70s, but like there's a breeze or something, the lizards that live down there look like they're dead.
Oh, really?
They just move so little when it's like that. So it is like a big like thing for reptiles that if they don't have an external source of heat to sort of like keep them going, then their metabolism like slows down extremely.
Right.
But this movie, sometimes that's true. Sometimes Gary gets a little cold, and that's really bad for him because he can't do much when he's cold.
Right.
And then sometimes he's in the gala with the big ice sculpture doing stuff for 15 minutes, and it doesn't matter at all.
I didn't even think about that.
And sometimes he's in the middle of a bunch of snow, but they give him a scarf, and that's fine. And I'm like, wait a minute. Scarves and other articles of clothing work because of your body heat. They trap and store the body heat, and that sort of warms you up.
Yeah.
Instead of having it radiate away from you. But snakes don't got that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think I would have minded it if they didn't make it a plot point later on. I would have just gone, I guess, in the Zootopia verse, they're not cold-blooded. But it's a whole thing.
But they specifically say it, and then it's important in the Andy Samberg betrayal scene, because the way he sort of like deals with Gary is he opens up the door and dumps him in the snow, and he's like, now you can't do anything because you're cold.
Right.
So like that part is actually fairly accurate. You dump a cold-blooded animal in the extreme cold like that, they become unable to do things very quickly. But then the rest of it becomes like, wait a minute, how does any of this work?
Yeah. And yeah, it's interesting in Zootopia because we learn that they have different climates that is what Zootopia is that they can coexist in these different climates. But then they also can't like you can visit another climate for fun and just be there if you're a regular rabbit. Like, they're not all bundled up when they're outside in the middle of the snow. They're just like kind of chilling. But that would be very cold for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like us going out in the cold.
Yeah. Why isn't that important? It's also weird because this is the whole point of the movie, is that they're segregated. They've segregated themselves by too cold and stuff. So yeah, I don't know.
So what's going on, Zootopia?
Yeah, what is going on? They're going to trick our kids, our children. They're going to watch this movie and understand what snakes are, and then take them to the fancy frozen banquet, and their snake's going to die. They're going to be like, but Gary survived. Too bad. Good luck suing him.
But I put a little scarf on him, and that should mean he can stay in the literal Arctic.
Yeah, it's another reason why he should wear more clothes. It should be, this is why it should be a big deal that he's not wearing clothes.
Now, I will say, Nando, to circle back on the clothes a little bit, they do say at one point, or Nibbles is sort of like, Nibbles talking about snakes like they're mythical creatures, which is, maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But she's like, would they wear one leg of a pant or one big sock? And
and
I guess the answer is neither.
Well, we find out it's one big sock, right? Because don't they go to Snake Country and then see a statue or something like that?
Well, it's like it was on like a laundry line and froze.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, there is. So he should be wearing his one big sock, but that's not really a piece of clothes you put over your junk. It doesn't. That doesn't feel like it tracks. It could. That's true. It could be.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, that would be enough for me. To like, be like, if he had a sock on, I think I would be okay with it. I wouldn't be like thrilled because I'd be like, that's just a sock. But again, it's the effort, and I think that would be warm for him.
By the way, as we were talking about snake biology, give me a quick guess here, Nando. How many dicks do you think a snake's got?
Oh man, I mean, my guess was going to be one. But now that you've asked me the question, I'm going to guess a number that's even bigger than 2, and I'm going to say 3.
Well, it is 2.
No, it is 2. Okay. Damn. Do they serve the same purpose, or is one for one thing and one for the other thing?
I think they serve the same purpose. I think it's kind of like a forked situation.
Cool. That's great.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah. Yeah, what did you think? So it's interesting that they did a snake in this. Like, reptiles are...
Yeah, because it's like, the whole thing is they're like people. But like snakes are some of the least people-like big animals you can think of, because they don't got no limbs.
Yeah.
And they're reptiles.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird too that like this snake, not that weird. Okay. I feel like he doesn't not have personality, but his personality is just every time you see him, he kind of in a dopey way goes like, I'm going to save my family. And then like runs away from you and takes the thing. But, is he weird for a snake is, I guess, my question. Are all snakes kind of like, really, really literal and just like, or is, cause I feel like snakes in the Zootopia verse are discriminated against. It seems like even before they're snowed in, like people have like opinions about it. I guess the link seems to, but it's like, where do those opinions come from? If there's not a Zootopia Bible to tell you snakes are evil.
Well, there kind of is, Nando, because remember, snakes are banned from Zootopia because 100 years ago, a snake did a horrible murder.
Right.
And in response to this one murder, they banned an entire race of people from ever stepping foot in the city. Wow. Yeah. Zootopia is a horrifying place. The minute you think about this at all.
and not only banned an entire group of people, but somehow erased the idea of that they used to have a town from everyone's memories or something. It's not a secret town. It's a regular part of the place. Why doesn't anybody remember that?
Well, I mean, it was 100 years ago, so presumably everyone who was alive then is dead.
That's true. Well, animals probably, there's some, well, I guess birds would be alive, maybe.
Most non-reptile animals
live
less long than we do.
So it's only a secret that the reptiles would be able to, or like they'd only be the ones that could remember it. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. What do you think birds are going to be like when we eventually meet them?
Man.
What are they going to be a metaphor for?
What do you mean? Oh, well, what were snakes a metaphor for here?
Like, gentrification based people being pushed out of their homes and stuff. Okay. Like,
so we'll say the first Zootopia was like discriminatory hiring practices, maybe.
Yeah, and like I would say the first Zootopia was like stereotypes generally as they're predators, they're like this, and then this one I feel like is more about like economic and like geography based racism.
Yeah, but gentrification, like we said.
Yeah.
Well then, I think the next big topic that they could be covering, as far as types of, I mean, they kind of already did immigration in this one because it's like band is the thing, so it's like it can't be like immigration restriction because that'll just be sort of the same thing.
That's why interracial marriage, but with animals, is so potent.
Yeah, actually, you're really winning me over on this.
I would like to see what happens if the snake and the beaver had sex too. Like, just what if all of them did that, and then we just got like, we fast forwarded 5 years and there's like a race of different kind of babies that you're just like, I have no idea what that is. Just some weird thing, but cool. And then we could have like I really wouldn't want to have the Trump of these guys come up and talk about like race mixing and stuff, but
listen, and I think this is a lesson that has been borne out by every piece of media that has picked either of these two options. You can have a kind of like Trump analog, sort of like, modern fascist figure, if there is in no way any conscious or stylistic reference to Trump himself in that category.
Right. Yeah. What do you think? What animal do you think he would be?
I mean, what's like naked mole rat? One of those ones that's got those like really weird faces.
Yeah, that's a good point. Which animal has like? Well, what was I going to say? Well, what's an orange animal? Are any animals like naturally orange? Besides like a goldfish or something. But like
foxes.
Oh yeah, that would be good. If his dad, we find out Nick Wilde's dad is actually the president of Foxland and he's like a xenophobe.
And that's what the rough childhood he's always referring to.
Yeah. It's not that he was, and that would actually be kind of fun because it's like, it's not that he had to scrape and stuff. It's that he lived with a really, really awful dad, but was rich. He's like the Don Jr. or whatever. That could be fun. But yeah, I hope they don't do that, but also they probably, I don't think they will. I mean, they definitely won't now.
Maybe it'll be Garfield.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
Orange
Garfield's cool. I don't want it to be Garfield.
I want even it to be Chris Pratt Garfield, Nando.
Oh, actually, yeah, that would be pretty good. He could have his weird church. What about church? Do these things have a god, do you think?
We need to know. The people need to know. I need to see the Zootopia church.
Yeah, all I would need for this is one picture of a church in a wide shot of the town to go like, that's a church for sure. Or a mosque or a temple or whatever. And go, I guess they believe in, fish Jesus or well, not fish Jesus, but lizard Jesus or whatever.
I mean,
walk on water.
You could argue that it's solely the personal part of it, but I feel like there's at least a little religious thing tied up in Nick's reaction to that abortion.
That's a good point. That's oh man. For people that don't know, have we ever explicitly said what that is on the podcast? Because we've referenced it more than just for this episode. It's come up previously.
I feel like we might have explained it once.
I think we might have, but for people that don't know, there's a very famous, and this is how famous this is like I've heard of it, and I stay away from these parts of the internet usually, but there's a comic fan made about Nick and Judy if they were a couple.
Beautifully made, like incredibly detailed, like gorgeous illustration.
And good, like, you know, like well animated, not animated, but well drawn, like expressions and stuff. You could see the pain in their eyes, but it's about Judy and Nick getting pregnant, but then it turns out Judy got an abortion and that ruins their marriage or their relationship because Nick doesn't like that. And it's funny because besides the dad and mom jokes in the beginning of the movie, I also saw someone call this out. And I had to double check this because I kind of forgot what it was. But you know, are you familiar with the abortion dress?
Yes, I did see this.
Yeah. So there's a meme, that I was not familiar with. But it's like what is it? It's like a woman in a yellow dress with like an award or something. And she looks really sad kind of. And she's like, I won. And then there's a mom with kids and she's like, no, I won. And that's what you're supposed to be like. Yeah. You know what? Having kids is better than having an Academy Award. But either way, it is or a career. Yeah. It is a side strapped yellow dress, like one strap over the side, which is the exact kind of dress that Judy wears. So people were pointing that out in the trailer when they saw that, and I can't ignore it.
Can't ignore it.
But yeah, I think maybe, I mean, they can't do ice to animals, right? Like they can't have a mayor who rounds up all the whatever blank, because it would just be the snakes again. We
and
just
also
got them
kind
back.
of the first movie again.
Or the first movie, yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I think you're right, Nando. I think it has to be race mixing.
Race mixing marriages, specifically. Kisses. Sex
and, you know, who knows? By the time the third Zootopia comes out, that might be, you know, something else on certain dockets of certain Supreme Courts.
That's a great point. Yeah, what if they do? What if? And because they said they were going to do this. Someone saw this out there, but it turned out to not be true. That this was going to contain a new Disney's first openly gay character, is the beaver played by Fortune Femster.
That the beaver would be was that when you hadn't seen it yet, and I was like, if there was anything like that, I missed it.
I also didn't see it, but I saw a tweet about it, and I saw someone else be like, "That's not true." But if that was true, maybe it would be that. Maybe one of them would be like, not it. No, because then they would have to. That would still, metaphor wise, be like a fox not wanting to mate with another fox. They'd be mating with something he's not expected to, like a rabbit, for instance. So yeah, that doesn't really work.
Just as a random example.
Just as if I had to pick one animal. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool. Yeah. You want to spin that wheel, Diggins? I got something to show on the.
Wasn't this your wheel slice?
Was it?
What was the wheel slice? Hold on.
Something about I did snake and you did warm blooded. This was warm blooded, I think.
Have we not moved on to a second thing? Because I thought you were like, this is something that's important to me, and then we.
Well, our first ones were, your first one was something about them having sex, and my first one was, I mean, we can look at it because the wheel's right in front of us because it's a real thing. Right. So yeah, just looking at it, I think it is my turn still to, I mean, technically the wheel could go in any direction, you know, so maybe spin the wheel, Diggins, and just see what happens. I'm
just gonna spin it. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Tick, 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 tick. Well, Nando, it did land on one of yours, actually. Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, great. Because this one is just, and this one, man, I had trouble with this pun. So it's gonna be real dicey, but we're just gonna have to go with it. Eric Adampalousas. So this is the horse mare. I want to talk about the horse mare that is corrupts Um,
Mm-hmm.
Also, people of Zootopia, stop just voting for the hottest animal. I get it.
Or keep doing it.
Or keep doing it. Yeah, eventually one of them's not going to be corrupt. Um, but the first mayor in the first movie was J.K. Simmons, I believe, played a lion. And that made sense because of the predator metaphor and like kind of top of the jungle food chain. He's in charge. Like, sure.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really make sense, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but it was fine.
The metaphor in Zootopia kind of like it falls apart when you try to map it one to one to anything. You kind of just got to take it as its own thing.
Exactly. So he was in charge, and he was like not corrupt, and also not a particularly good mayor, I think.
Like, he was like fine. Like the big thing that happens, they discovered that he was holding the predators who had the like blood craze,
right?
Like in a secret facility while they were looking for a cure. And so like that was a big scandal, and he was forced, and he got arrested and had to resign because people were like, how could you be keeping this from us? But he really was just trying to cure it and like wasn't involved in it happening at all.
Yeah, and Jenny Slate was doing it to like make it seem like predators were dangerous so that the preys could take over or something.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it doesn't matter because that doesn't come up at all in this movie, but that just kind of to set the stage for like who the people of Zootopia vote for. Also, a mammal like that's like a big, giant, large mammal.
And this guy used to be a former TV star or movie star?
Yeah,
movie star.
Movie star, yeah. So then we get this new mayor, and it is what was his name? Do you remember? You said it before. It's like
Ryan Windancer, I want to say.
Something like that. Yeah.
Or Skydancer.
He is played by New Jersey's own Patrick Warburton, Putty from Friends. And he is, like we're saying, like he's a TV or movie star. We see his movies. It's weird the way that they kind of position him, because it's kind of like he's an action star, but the action star that he is like Steven Seagal or like Jean-Claude Van Damme. I think one of the movies he's in is kind of Kickboxer, but with a horse.
Yeah.
So he's that. Also, he's kind of stupid because he's, celebrity. But then the deal with him throughout the movie is every time he's involved with the corruption on like a pretty, like it's pretty clear to him what's going on, I feel like. And they're just like, do corruption. And he's like, okay. And then.
Well, Linksley kind of implies the like David Strathern Linksley Patriot.
Yeah.
Sort of implies that he got him appointed to like fill the seat after all the because there can't have been an election. It's been a week.
That's true. I keep forgetting that, but you're right. A lot of stuff has happened in a pretty small amount of time.
Right. So he sort of implies that he was responsible for getting Patrick Warburton appointed. And so like, he's like, you owe me, I'm the only reason you have a career.
Yeah. And, but then at the end of the movie, he becomes brave and does horse-based, kung fu or whatever to beat up the guys. And then he's cool again. And my question was kind of, why is this character here at all? Why did they even do him? Because he's pointless. And did they just really want to draw the sexiest horse they could? And then,
I mean, Nando, do you even need to ask? Of course, that's the reason.
Well, that's my thing. But then my other thing in my head is maybe someone did just draw a really sexy horse, and then their boss came and was like, oh, is that for the Zootopia? And they were like, yeah, he's wearing a big suit because he's the mayor of Zootopia now. And they're like, oh, okay, sure. Yeah. And, they just kind of had to put him in Zootopia because, he serves no purpose. He's not a fake. There's no point where he's a fake out villain. Like, I kind of thought that would happen, even though they did that in the last movie. But like, he's just kind of there for some of the scenes. And, I found it strange.
Listen, I'll never turn down some Patrick Warburton.
Yeah, I don't love his politics, but I like him and stuff.
No. Is he
like a little bit? I don't think he's like I'm not positive about this, but I think so. Let's see.
Oh no.
Larry King, this is 8 years ago, had, this might be something different. Let's see. Warburton has been what is this? I'm so confused. He maybe is a Trump guy? I don't know. He expressed support for Trump, besides not always agreeing with him. Right?
Still.
Yeah, I don't know. But he also thinks he could handle himself in a debate against presidential candidates, which I do more or less believe.
In
general,
some of the more recent ones, I think many people could.
Yeah. He also decried cancel culture in comedy. I used to apologize for being on, because of Family Guy, and he's the one in the wheelchair. That makes sense. He probably gets a lot of shit for that, but he also gets a lot of money for that, and that's the trade-off, Patrick. You get to do it, I guess, but you have to be sad a little bit, but you get all the money. And yeah, but I thought he was fine. I kind of expected this character to be voiced by someone more, silly. I really wanted it to be John Oliver, because on his show, he talks a lot about sexy horses. And I think he would be really happy to play one if he got an opportunity.
But John Oliver doesn't really do much acting anymore.
Not anymore, except he did do that Lion King movie as the Zazu no one liked. So then he got replaced in the next one. So
really?
He's got a contact. Yeah, apparently he's not in Mufasa, which I have not seen. So I don't know who they replaced him with. Or no, yeah, he's not. Because the first one, in the animated one, it's Rowan Atkinson. And live action one, it is him. It's John Oliver. And then Lion King 2, it's someone named Preston Nyman. I don't know who that is, but he exists. And so, but now John Oliver's trying to get into the Air Bud movie that they're making, although there's a lot going on with that. It's very complicated. Do you watch John Oliver?
Not regularly.
Wow. So you don't even know about why prisons are bad. I'll tell you one day. I'll watch 8 videos with you and you'll understand. They're not good. You thought they were fun, but they're bad.
Yeah. Before that, I was like, prisons are probably great places.
Yeah. Phone calls in prisons are cheap. Phone calls in prisons are expensive. And they're managed by a family or something. I can't remember. It's been a while since I watched that one. But yeah, I'll spin the wheel again, Diggins. Here we go. Tick, 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 tick. It landed on one of yours? Yes, one of yours. That's what that is.
Yes, one of mine.
Mm-hmm.
It says here, the mythical and mysterious French.
Oh.
This is about the wild inconsistencies between how this movie treats reptiles in terms of the narrative. Because it's like the official backstory is 100 years ago when Zootopia was founded, there was a big murder that was the murder that's this movie's about, where it's like Linksley killed his maid to cover up his theft, but blamed it on Gary's great-grandma. So everyone thought a snake did a bad murder, and they're like, no more snakes in Zootopia. Reptiles in general, okay, but no snakes.
Are reptiles okay?
I think they're allowed to be there. I think they're just like, there's not a specific place for them, so it's hard for them to be there.
Okay.
So like that's the official backstory. One of the first things we hear about snakes is Judy looking up the video from the writer Nibbles, where she's like, snakes, are they real? What are they like? I believe, like, is very much giving like crazy conspiracy theorists spouting about Bigfoot as she's talking about snakes. So it's like, do people in Zootopia not think snakes are real? But then like no one is like, people are freaked out that a snake's there, but no one's like, what, snakes? I never thought they were real. I thought they were just a myth. They're just like, a snake, they're dangerous and not supposed to be here.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. What are they?
So, like, yeah, what's the deal? What does the average Zootopian know about snakes?
Or is it just that she's dumb, so dumb that she doesn't believe that they're real because.
But then it turns out she's an actual expert on reptiles who is like friends with the underground reptile community.
That's true. Is she maybe trying to throw people off the scent? Is she like, I don't even know if reptiles are real or snakes are real, so that if someone ever gets caught with one, she could be like, I didn't even know it was real. And I thought this was a god or something. So don't get mad at me. I don't know. It's a good question. Also, it's weird that the snakes have superpowers. That are, first of all, the snakes are fucking awesome in this. Like the way that he moves around, it's like he could kill all these guys if he wanted to. I think he doesn't do as much of that as he should be able to. But then he does heat vision, and that is treated like a superpower that no one even knows he has.
Mm-hmm. Well, some snakes, much like the kind of python he is, I believe, do have like a sort of heat-based vision.
Yeah.
So like that is accurate.
Oh, for sure. Well, I think he's a pit viper. I think is what they say he is.
Pit viper. That's what it is. Not python. You're right.
Yeah. But yeah. It's weird. It's weird that they give some of the animals superpowers that are kind of based off kind of what they do. But it's not anything like, it seems like it's the first time anyone's ever heard of any of them. Because the other one that this feels like is when the beaver makes the key out of the wood. And it's like, you would have to know all beavers can do that if you lock one beaver up. But has no one ever met a beaver before? Like, are they all that segregated? They just don't. They see a new guy and they're like, oh, wow, okay, what's your deal? Like, you're a giraffe? Cool. Like,
it's a good question. That's like, because they have, like, Jenny Slate's character is in a cell that doesn't have a lock like that. She's in a Hannibal Lecter cell.
Yeah.
Which presumably you can't, like, make a wood key and get out of like that because there's not bars for you to reach through.
Right, yeah.
So, like, they have cells they could put him in where beavers can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I mean, come on, guys. Animal World Prison should be a terrarium. Come on.
I mean, it should be a zoo, but there's no such thing as those, or maybe they're Burning Mans. So I really don't know. But yeah, they should be a terrarium. That'd be fun too if there was like little like, I don't even know what it would be, little fun fact cards outside of every prison. It's like beavers live this long and go to the desert or whatever. That's not what they do, but something along those lines.
Their anal gland expresses a chemical that was once used to flavor things vanilla.
Is that true?
Yeah.
And it's not used anymore.
No.
Damn.
Now we synthesize it.
As long as we got something. But that's a pretty good superpower. If they found out about that, maybe they'll save that for the next movie. They need some vanilla thing to pass through something. It'd be pretty cool.
And Nibbles is like, don't worry. And then we just hear the sound of pants being pulled down while Nick and Judy are like looking on horrified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd be like that X-Men that can do ice cream. We've talked about it, but it's a cool superpower that we all like.
I don't think I do. I don't think I do like it.
I do like it. And I like you said, I would eat the ice cream, obviously, because it's cool. And yeah. But
yeah, so snakes, I don't know what they're supposed to be in the Zootopia universe, but I guess we'll never know. I'm just going to spin this wheel, and I think, Nando, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think this is the last one.
This is definitely the last one. And it's very important. So okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to spin the wheel, even though we would just respin it if it landed on anything else. Whoa, tick, 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 tick. Oh, but we don't need to because it landed on the right one. Nando, last slice.
So this is something that happened during the movie that I thought was adorable. And this wheel slice just says accidental police brutality. They would only murder a civilian by accident, you guys. The police are cool and nice.
No, Nando. I actually think this is a totally accurate depiction of the police, because they hesitate to murder another police officer.
It's a good point. But at that time, they're not trying to murder another police officer. They're trying to murder the snake and the lynx. Judy jumps in front of the magic bullet that ends up almost hitting them. But I think, but wait a second. In that moment, so the lynx, who is secretly the bad guy.
Yes.
He has one thing we'll find out, because he has to explain this to his dad, hasn't informed anybody.
Yeah, no, the other lynxes don't know that he's on their side. They think he really has betrayed them.
That would be a wild murder for them to do if they got him. Because, like, what are the odds they'd hit the snake? It would probably hit him. And then he'd just die. And then they'd be like, he was helping the snake. And the snake would be like, yes, he was. That was part of the plan. That would
he would die a hero.
He would die a hero, yeah, like Harvey Dent. But yeah, for people that I didn't explain this super well. The cops in this movie use tranquilizer darts. They use like little guns that have little places where you load one of those little darts and then it shoots it. And to be helpful, the darts all have like a little, I can't remember what it is, like a sleeping, symbol on them.
Big snoozing guy on them. Be like, this puts you to sleep.
But then when the main lynx is like commanding the police, because he does this pretty early in the movie, but like he's just in charge of everybody, he yells like, kill him, shoot. Yeah, because he's rich. And he's like, shoot to kill. And then the cops at first are a little like, should we even do it? Which is that's where I'm feeling like, and maybe that is just because they're like, we might hit a cop. But even then I'm like, first of all, she's only been a cop for like a couple of days or something. I don't understand why everyone's taking her so seriously. And also,
she did, expose corruption that went all the way to the top of City Hall.
That's true. And it did. And her corruption is like, I feel like because the animals that are really on their tail are, because they have some zebras that are after them. They're cops. They're
the
zebros,
goofy. You mean?
The zebros. And there are like two Eddie Murphys, like two, what's the name of him in those? Axel Foley's in like little jackets and stuff. But then there's like a pair of rams that are mean, and then another thing that's mean. What's the main one? Pigs. Of course, it's pigs.
Oh, boars. They're boars.
Yeah, boars. So the boars are the main bad ones. So they where's I going with this? So they're kind of predators, right? So I feel like you would, when all this predator stuff is going down, they would be like, man, this conspiracy, from the first movie, they'd be like, this conspiracy sucks. I fucking hate that we're the bad guys in it. And then it would be revealed that secretly the prey did it and they were framing all the predators. Like, that would be amazing for them. That would be like the, Afrikaners and the racism and like, it's not us. It's the other ones. We're the victims. So yeah, I feel like they'd be really hype on what Judy's putting down. But,
by the way, Nando, do you know who voiced the Zebros?
No, I don't.
Roman Reigns and CM Punk.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Go for them. I hope they got a nice paycheck. I think we like them, right? CM Punk is cool, or he sucks?
I'm pretty sure CM Punk is not cool. But
yeah, he's not. He's one of the not cool ones. How do you get in this?
I don't know.
Zebra? Is that part of his theming where they was like, oh, we got to get the zebra guy? Everybody knows that. Because like if it was snakes and then it was like, Jake the Snake and Batista, you'd be like, well, that is exactly who it should be. But that's a really weird. Were the pigs anybody important?
The pigs.
I did not look at this at all.
Michelle Gomez and David Fane.
Nah, nothing from them. Although I like that one of the, I'm looking at it, his name was Truffler. That was his. That's cute. But yeah, I don't know. This is one of the problems with these movies. Oh, but then Bloats and Higgins, which I would imagine are also cops. Maybe
yeah, they're
not,
the
but
hippos.
the hippos is Stephanie Beatrice from Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Wilmer Valderrama. So I don't know about him, but she's a cop in another show. So that's pretty good. But it's like, yeah, what? Wait, I also did not realize Macaulay Culkin and Brenda Song are the other Linksley cats.
Yep.
What?
It's a real murderer's row.
Yeah, that's wild. And hold on. Okay, and Ioi Caravallo, Moana, does the voice of the anti-venom pen. Tig Notaro is a character named Big Tig. Don't remember who that was, but that's awesome.
Ed Sheeran is Ed Sheeran, a sheep.
That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, a lot of famous people in this. Michael J. Fox played a character named Michael J. the Fox. That's good. That's very good.
Bob Iger played Bob Tiger.
No, he didn't. Really?
Yeah.
He was in this?
As a tiger weather forecaster. So probably for like a single line, but yeah.
Oh, he probably had such a fun time. Everybody was probably so nice to him in the recording booth and whatever. And he was just like, wow, that's awesome. Or what if he sucked? What if they were like, do it again? It's bad. We can't put this in the movie. Everyone will hate it. So like, that'd be brave of them. But
oh, and the best cameo of all, Nando. Do you know who voiced Zeke, the accident-prone Dick from the beginning of the movie?
What's a Dick?
It's some kind of like deer-like mammal.
Oh, I don't even remember where he was in it.
It's a species of small antelope. He like gets hurt at the end of the chase, or like gets launched up into the sky. Everyone's like, yeah. Oh, that Dick that got hurt. And they're like, that's what goes viral or whatever.
Right. Who was it?
Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
No way. Really?
It was. It really was.
Oh, that's awful. That's not good. Also, one of the cops is from Moana, too. A character named Kayleigh, which I kind of forget what that one was, but maybe he was the one who was like, that's who David Fane played. But maybe they just recorded this the same day they made one of those Moana movies.
Could be.
And they were like, you guys want to be in it? And if they did, that's cool. But yeah, I don't know. But I don't know about Michelle Gomez. Oh wait, she's she's from stuff. She was in Doom Patrol. Oh yeah, I like her. Did not clock her at all here, but again, I'm always happy to see people get paychecks. For as long as they will continue to exist. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird that these movies are about cops. Like, I like a good cop movie in the sense that they're a fun, well-worn genre, and they've made many good ones.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah?
You know the IT guy at the police station?
The one who gets crushed, or?
You're the one who gets put in the donut?
Yes.
So, it's Josh Gad. That's not what I'm excited about. In the Japanese dub of Zootopia 2, character is voiced by Hideo Kojima.
I heard about this. Yeah, I didn't know which character he was, but I kind of hoped he was in all of them, because it's just like, whatever. He doesn't have to have that many lines, but yeah. I think he's just a big fan, and he reached out. He took a break from, retweeting pictures of Elle Fanning to go to the Zootopia office. And
I love... You know the Hideo Kojima movie rating scale?
Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. Did he rate this, by the way? Have we seen a tweet from him about it?
We probably have, but I don't know what it is.
I think I stopped following him because I was like, I get it. Leah Sedu's pretty, but I don't need as much as like. Also, they all come at the same time. It's a lot, but I'd have to assume he gave this a good review, which I think it's a good enough movie. I wouldn't think that would be unfair, but also that's a really solid way to get, the long Hideo Kojima review.
For those who are not aware, Hideo Kojima, who's a video game developer, creator of the Metal Gear Solid series, etc. He loves movies, and he'll often post about when he sees a movie. And if he liked the movie, he'll write a big, long review about all the stuff he liked about it. And if he didn't like a movie, the tweet will, in its entirety, consist of, I just watched this movie, and that's it.
And like his tastes are fine. I would say he aligns with most people, but I do remember he gave Argyle quite a long tweet. And I was like, Hideo Kojima, what did they get you? Like, which part of this worked for you? And he just loved the whole thing. Is this, wow. I'm looking at the Argyle review now, and it just starts with, watch Argyle in Dolby Atmos. This film begins with a glass with an Argyle pattern. And that's like, you got to fill that assignment. Yeah, it does. And I bet he liked it. Oh, and then the end of the review is, in the end credits, I learned that stuntman Bradley James Allen has passed away. Prayer hands. So,
God.
Yeah.
What a man. What a
I like
presence.
I love Hideo Kojima, but yeah. And like, I think that's enough for me too, to like a movie if they put Hideo Kojima in it, if they let me hear his voice. Like if he was in something that I didn't like, but I could get excited about it just for him or some random ass star. So they should make these movies more often.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, Nando. I've completely forgotten what the wheel slice is here.
Something about cops shooting people,
right? Yeah, the police accidental police brutality,
which is weird. Also, because like, why is it even in there? It's only for a scene where they get a little bit scared that they're gonna kill him, but then the fox and the sloth save them at the last minute. But like, it's not like it's a plot point where it's like, and then things change because before that, even the police are like, maybe we shouldn't do this. And like, it just feels like I know they kind of went out of their way to like, not like uncop it, but like take away some of the like veneer of everyone loves the cops, just for like, not necessarily because they're good people, just because they knew that was not an incredibly fashionable idea in 2025. But then why put in a fake accidental police killing if it's not the point of the movie? It's very bold of them.
Just to be like, the Lakesleys are really evil and bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Which I was already on board with when you told me they were rich.
So. Yeah, I heard that guy's voice and I was like, he's that David guy. Can't trust him. I didn't hear Macaulay Culkin and Brenda Song. That maybe would have got me a little bit more on their side. But also, real quick, do you remember the one animal that the movie does kind of single out as weird and dangerous? I can't remember when it does. I think it's in a like the cover of a movie that they're watching. Like, I'm pretty sure. Here's what I think happened.
Oh, yes. Yeah. No. It's when Nick is scrolling through his Disney Plus or whatever.
Oh yeah, no. It's like Hulu Zulu or something like that. It's got a really weird, clunky name. Like they could have come up with something better, but they were like, you have to put the entirety of Hulu in there, otherwise people won't see it.
Also, the Zulu are a real African people, and you kind of gotta try to make it obvious you're not referencing them.
That's the thing. I can't remember what it is because I don't think it's exactly that, but it's something that's so bad. But anyway, yeah. So he's going through.
He's scrolling through, and we see movies, a bunch of parody movies, obviously with animal names like worked into the title for puns. But he sees Alien, the movie Alien, clearly the cover to that movie, but the name of it is just Platypus.
Oh, is it because no animals in Zootopia lay eggs except for platypuses? And there's an egg on the cover. Yeah, but they're not like really, they're like either illegal or like frowned upon societally. But also, like, are there reptiles in Zootopia? I'm not convinced there are. I feel like it might just be most.
They eat the lizards.
Yeah, but they're like in the secret bar. Like,
oh, you're saying are reptiles not allowed in Zootopia?
Yeah, so like I think it's that. I think if you're making a movie about Zootopia, you're making a movie in the Zootopia verse, it has to be like that. That's the only thing that would make sense because they're the ones that lay eggs. I mean, it's probably because they have all kinds of other weird shit that's going on in their body. Like they are pretty weird.
Yeah, they got the bills, they lay the eggs, they got the poison barbs on their back legs.
Yep. I'd love to meet them in these. That would be fun.
I mean, how would you feel if you were a species, like you were Imagine if and I guess this probably has happened, obviously, but imagine you go to see a major motion picture that everyone has been like, oh, this is incredible. This is like a horror masterpiece. This is
Yeah.
one of the best movies ever made. And you sit down and it's a movie about how your race is freaky and evil and weird.
Mm-hmm. That would
I'd
be
be
pretty,
like, what the fuck?
that would be pretty screwy. It'd be pretty cool though to be in it. I feel like if you're a platypus, you've got a crazy life in general, you know?
Is oh god, what's the name of that movie? One of the first movies. One of the first like big movies ever.
Oh, like Birth of a Nation?
Birth of a Nation.
Yeah.
Is Platypus now the birth of a nation of the Zootopia universe? It's like
Perhaps.
it's like it was a really pioneering film that really, really like moved the industry forward, but looking back at it now, it's incredibly racist. Oops.
That seems like the kind of thing that they would have taken off Zootopia Hulu by now. It would definitely have a really long little prologue where you have to read like, this was back when views on platypuses were very wrong, and we didn't know that they were also mammals and not lizards. So we're sorry about that. And
he doesn't play it. We don't know that that's not there.
That's true. Also, we don't really talk about it. I know we're at our wheel sizes. The Lynx's plan is very stupid. It's kind of transparently the dumbest plan one of these ever has been, just to be a twist. But you can't even really criticize it because it's so stupid that when you find out the dad's not in on it, you're like, yeah, you're like, this guy, if he had told his dad at any point in the plan, he would have been, everything would have been good. It would have made perfect sense. But he just chooses not to, and instead reveals at the last minute that he was secretly working with the dad. Like, I wouldn't even believe him if I was the dad. I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. We just caught you. This wasn't part of the plan. But yeah, that's stupid.
I think the original Linksley's plan was also incredibly stupid because it relies on him stealing the ideas of someone who has been to the patent office and gotten a certificate that they've patented the idea. They keep the records of the ideas too, right?
I would
not
have
just
to
like
assume.
A person came in here and patented something today. What was it? Who can say?
Yeah. And,
like, all anyone would have to do would be go to the patent office and was like, oh, so Linksley was the guy who came in and did this? And they'd be like, well, no, it wasn't. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird that they're trying to get her patent and not like the original plans for it with her name on it, which would be enough, I feel like, to expose that he did it in this kind of a movie.
I guess you could say he was like really rich, so he could have just like bribed the patent office to be like, destroy those records. I don't want to do that. Whatever. But like, then that involves more people where this could have gotten out.
Yeah. And he wasn't rich the whole time. Or was he rich the whole time?
He was already rich from this. Like, that's the reason Agnes, Gary's great grandma or whatever, approaches him because he's like a rich landowner, and she's like, hey, with your help, I think we could actually implement these ideas. And he's like, aha, we can, but I'm gonna do it. They're my ideas.
Yeah, that's true. Rich people, they're pretty bad. That's pretty cool of the movie to say. How long do you think it is until we get the next one of these? It hasn't been announced yet.
Probably less than 9 years.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 5.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I feel like it would have to be announced by now if it was going to be anywhere in 2 years.
Yeah.
And they got Moanas. They're making another Moana. That'll make a lot of money. And like, I think Disney's at a point now where with some of these animated movie sequels, it's like, these are the money printing things. It's not the animated, it's not the live action ones anymore. Snow White bombed, and then Moana 2 was bad, and then it turned out to make $1 billion. So part of me thinks they'll fast track this.
Stitch also did really well.
Yeah, that's Lilo and Stitch also did great. So yeah, I'm surprised. Just, like, I imagine Frozen 3 is probably coming soon, and is there any other ones?
Oh, not off the top of my head.
Right? No other like Disney animated. Like, they did a Wreck-It Ralph nobody liked. there just, and I guess there wasn't, as much as everyone loves Strange World, that didn't really do it. So yeah,
that movie is truly nothing.
It tried. It's impossible to advertise because the whole point of what's interesting about it is there's a twist out of the middle of nowhere, or like in the end. Oh, Encanto. I'm sure they'll do another Encanto. I thought that was Pixar, but yeah. So like, that's the only thing with this is like, I think it may be too far back in line. So like 5 years, I think is reasonable. And probably another Wish, because everyone loved Wish. Remember Wish?
Oh God,
Wish is one of my least favorite ones of these I've ever seen.
Wish was really, really bad.
Wish was so bad. Everything about it was wrong. It seems like they'll never remake any of those ones in the middle, like Meet the Robinsons or Bolt. Like, there's just this no man's land of these in this list, like Treasure Planet and Emperor's New Groove. I'm like, I like a lot of those.
I mean, but I don't want them to remake Emperor's New Groove because it would probably be bad.
Yeah.
I do love Emperor's New Groove.
It deserves it. It's like one of the best ones. But yeah. So okay, the big questions. Could I defeat this one as Judy or Nick?
Yeah, I think you have to like unravel the case and expose the true criminals.
So I would have trouble with it because I would be kind of confused about what the Lynx's deal is. I would be very suspicious of him as the new guy that seems nice, and as Andy Samberg, I would hear him and go, "Oh, he's important." But I think I would have so much trouble parsing his plan that I would just go, "I guess he is good." So he might be able to kill me with trickery. I do think my one thing is like, none of the good guys, especially Judy, is able to just put her hands around the snake and go like, "Listen, we're cool. Like, I'm helping you. Clearly I'm the hero from 2 days ago," or whatever. I don't know if I'd be able to reason with him necessarily, but I feel like there's like, that's the thing that I'm surprised nobody does. But I don't know. I feel like this would be tricky because of how dumb it is. And also in my head, I'd be like, they're going to get away with it. Doesn't matter if we find the patent. The Lynx are just going to be fine. One of them will run for president or something. They'll take over for the horse and then they'll pardon everybody. So what's the point? We shouldn't even bother. And, yeah, doomer it.
I do think you do have one good advantage here, and it's an advantage I would share. Although, of course, as always, I would lose. Which is that, you're supposed to protect the journal. The snake steals it. You go chasing them. You find the snake, and he says, "Wait, no, I promise. I'm actually the good guy here trying to do a good thing, and the rich guy is evil." And like, much like Judy, and much as I would react to, would go like, "Oh, yeah, that's probably true."
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, because of gentrification. That makes sense. This is all coming together pretty conveniently. So yeah, I think I would buy it. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty, but I think I'd be too enamored with the Fox, obviously, as we've talked about, some Maid Marian character comes between me and the case, and I'm just,
or, you'd be
useless.
working with Nick and Judy, and you'd be like, "What's going on with you guys? Like,
yeah.
What is this?"
She's single, Nick, because listen, this is rules, but there's also, as a person, I would have a really hard time in Zootopia. It really depends on what species of animal I am.
Human.
Yeah, then I'm fucked. I'm a monster to these guys.
Is that really that much different than being like a monkey person?
Do they have monkeys in Zootopia though? I feel like we don't see them very often.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I feel like they deliberately don't have a lot of monkeys show up because they don't want to have just like really human-like ones.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we know that monkeys aren't around.
No, yeah. I'm sure we've probably seen them in the background of shots, but everything in this is mostly cats and dogs and stuff, and like gazelles. Oh, and news. Remember the news? The GNUs? At one point, there's like a march on a bridge or something for New Jersey. That's what they almost hit. I think it says New Jersey, GNU Jersey. So cool. But then the other question, is this movie woke?
Well, first, Nando, could our
Oh,
pal
sorry.
Joey
Yeah.
defeat it?
Excuse me. Yeah. Could Joey defeat this? He's an actor, so him and the mayor would get along. Mayor, I get it. Good.
Hey,
Yeah.
he's Mal.
That's true. Or is he?
Mm.
We don't know.
You don't know.
But yeah, I don't know.
I feel like he's too easily tricked.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
he would get to that spot that I talked about where the snake is like, no, wait, I'm the good guy. And he would be like, what? Hold on. I need you to run this through with me like 20 more times before I'm going to get it. And then the cops show up and they arrest the snake and that's it. It's over.
Yeah, I feel like Joey would get a call from Bobby and be like, the Linksleys told me to tell you not to do crimes anymore or to not follow the snake anymore. And he'd be like, okay. And they just go home.
Speaking of which, hasn't been much Bobby lately.
No, I'd be surprised if we see her again, honestly. Maybe she'd show up for like a finale, but really zeroed in on this family that I don't know. It's fine. There's things that are working about it, but it's not what Joey used to be. Not the Joey I fell in love with. But yeah, and then is it woke?
Oh boy.
Like,
it was really financially successful, which is a point in the not woke column.
Is it though anymore? Because now woke is back. So is that a point in the woke column now?
It's a good point.
Mamdani won the election.
Woke.
Yeah. I don't know. But
it suggests that rich people are evil.
Yeah. And gentrification specifically.
And that gentrification is bad.
Gentrification is bad. That snakes are cool.
But it also thinks cops are pretty cool.
It does. At the end, they don't give up being cops, which is what I feel like one of these movies is going to have to do eventually, is like have them turn their back on the force. But it's because Idris Elba's just a good guy mostly. It wouldn't really make sense. But yeah, they also again, they haven't really developed this interracial relationship that'll be a big challenge for the wokeness. And what was the other one I had? Danny Trejo's in it, so that's cool.
Is that a point for wokeness?
I don't know. Like the way that they treat the different the lizards in general is like there's kind of a wokeness thing of like they're their own culture and stuff, but also it's like they're not really the movie doesn't map them specifically to anything.
Yeah, but it is sort of generally about how diversity is a good thing and having many different strains of thought and cultures and peoples together makes you better. Which is the number one thing that, anti-woke people hate.
Yeah, and I feel like anti-woke people would really hate that scene where Danny Trejo tricks them into eating bugs. Because that, I feel like, is their nightmare of I'm going to go to a fucking Mexican restaurant one day and they're going to serve me something and they're all going to laugh at me. It's going to be a real trick. So I think that might be woke. Yeah, public transit with the tubes.
It's true.
Yeah, it's at a car chase. It's not a lot of driving.
A lot of accessibility with having the water stuff for water people and cold stuff for cold people, and it seems to be government funded, or at least it's infrastructure. It's not just a private endeavor. So yeah, I don't know. I think we gotta say woke.
Yeah, I think it's woke. I don't know if it's more woke than the first Zootopia, but I would say it's at least equally woke. Perhaps more.
Perhaps.
That's great. So yeah, next week we're probably gonna do. Did we figure this out yet?
I mean, Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
Oh right. Yeah,
we gotta do
2.
October and December.
That's right. But before that, let's get to our recommendations. Diggins, do you have anything to recommend to the fine people?
I do. So I went out, and Ted Sarandos was standing outside my apartment with a knife.
Oh no!
Like, don't you dare! Don't you dare! But I juked him. I ran away. I was faster than Ted Sarandos. He didn't get to stab me. So I managed to make it out to a theater to see Wake Up Dead Man.
Wow. So you saw Frankenstein in a theater and Wake Up Dead Man in a theater.
Yeah, Ted Sarandos has Out for My Blood.
You gotta go to K-pop Demon Hunter, sing along with the kids, and then you're gonna have you're gonna hit the cycle. But
you know, if there was one near me, I'm sure my niece would love to go. I would take.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, what you think of Wake Up Dead Man?
So yeah, Wake Up Dead Man, the third movie in the Knives Out series, following Detective Benoit Blanc. And I loved it. That movie's fantastic. I like Glass Onion a lot. I think Glass Onion is a good movie. I know a lot of people are haters, but I had a great time in the theater with that movie, and I'm generally fond of it. This one, I felt like, oh, this is like as good as the first one. Like, I really, really liked it. It's not as funny. It's definitely not as funny as Glass Onion, which I think was more comedic. But I think it's also a little less. I mean, there's definitely really good jokes in it, but it's a little heavier, a little more serious. It's kind of like about spirituality and like religion, in a very straightforward way. It's part of the Year of the American Catholic.
Oh, God.
Much like Silk Song and our American Pope.
Is Silk Song Catholic?
Silk Song is very Catholic, Nando.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
But yeah, no, it's I mean, it's just, you know, it's one of these. It's a really like well written, like layered murder mystery that sort of unfolds over time and like, but leaves all the clues in a way where it's that really good sort of one where you like pick up on the clues and you're like, I know these are the things that are important, but
right.
You don't figure out exactly how it all fits together until the end.
Yeah, those are good.
While also being really funny and charming, and Josh O'Connor is incredible as he's the sort of Anna de Armas, Janelle Monáe character in this one. The sort of
I've always said that he's a real Janelle Monáe, Anna de Armas type, so I'm glad that everybody else finally sees it.
As the innocent who gets kind of like wrapped up in it that Benoit Blanc is trying to help. And I think he's great as this sort of like, he's a priest, and it's very much about like modern religion in the way of like Josh Brolin is, to reduce it to like the most fundamental level. Josh Brolin, bad modern priest. Josh O'Connor, good modern priest.
Okay.
And also more broadly, the way we sort of like interact with religion and what it means to people and what it does for people.
And what it does for the animals of Zootopia, which is what we really want to know.
Zootopia.
Yeah.
And the ways in which that can be good or the ways in which that can be extremely bad.
Nice.
Okay, so I loved it. It's probably not in theaters anymore by the time you're listening to this, because I think it comes to Netflix in like a few days.
Yeah, I think it's Friday or Thursday or
Friday
the
12th. Yeah.
Cool.
But if you can watch it in a theater, if it's still playing in some places, then do that. And if not, I mean, you can watch it on Netflix. It's still going to be a good movie. What about you, Nando? Anything to rec?
You know, yeah, for sure. I have one thing. It's really basic. Not like it's basic, but it's not a movie or anything big. I've watched I feel like I watched a movie this week, but I can't remember what it was. It's not a great sign. I'm gonna try to get through Stranger Things. And I think that's fine.
My favorite things are always the things where when people ask me about them, I say, I'm trying to get through them.
The thing with it is like, I think I enjoy it. I think if they released it one episode at a time, one a week, I'd love it. But this 4 at once thing, it seems like such a burden.
That's tough.
Even though I enjoy it more or less. Also, I don't know. I think it's okay. We'll see. But I watched first of all, I finished the Funkland video, enjoyed it. We were talking about that last week. But I watched a new video, and it's not like it's the same kind of thing as the Defunctland video because it's short instead of long. So that some people might even like that.
Some sickos and freaks, maybe.
Yeah. But this I feel like was interesting because I knew nothing and it's not long now. I'm looking at it, it's 45 minutes. So, but I was not familiar with the, like, I was only kind of familiar with the piece of media that the video is talking about. I had no idea about any of the controversy around it. So it was one of those things where immediately I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then when pretty quickly it turns, I'm like, oh, now it's very interesting.
I feel like
and otherwise,
about to say,
yeah, otherwise I never would have even heard that this thing exists, or like I knew it existed, but I wouldn't have thought about it, thought that critically of it. But yeah, this is the new Big Joel video about the boy in the striped pajamas. It's called The Most Hated Children's Book, or at least that's what it's called now. I think it's tough to recommend YouTube videos because we change the titles every day.
Yeah, I hate when that became like a normal thing, when like the thumbnail and the name just change all the time. I'm like, no, I just put it out as one thing and let me know what it is.
Yeah, you gotta be like one of those channels that's lazy like me and forgets to change it every day, and then you're usually good. But this video, and to be fair, I think this has been the title the whole time, but came out a week ago, and it's doing quite well. But it's about The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, which is a book about the Holocaust, and it's like a very, one of those books that you read in school. I had heard about it. We never read it in school.
I had not read that one in school either.
Yeah, and like looking at it, I'm like, I could totally see this fitting into a curriculum around other things that I read, like, so for sure. But the way that what I love about the video is Big Joel just kind of sets it up as like, here's this thing you've heard about, and then goes right into like, but it's actually pretty dumb and like bad. And the examples he pulls of like what the book is doing and like how, did you watch this video, Diggins?
Yes, I did watch this video.
Yeah, so like I was curious as it started. I was like, how's he gonna manage this one? Like, is this book really that bad? And it really is, like, really, really, really dumb. And written by a dumb guy who thinks it's smart. Like one of those. It's just the perfect thing to rip on.
The weird thing is, like, if it was trying to do this one thing, it would be like, that's a really like effective and like clever way of getting at that, and like really shows that idea super well. But anytime anyone asks the author about the book, he's like, no, it's about this other thing. And if it's about that, then it's insane.
Yeah. And I do like that really quickly Joel also throws out that this guy is apparently on the turf train with J.K. Rowling, because that is also an immediate way for me to kind of lose all sympathy for one of these guys. But that's not all it is. Like, Joel makes the case for why the whole thing's real dumb. And I enjoyed it a lot. And it's one of those things that I never would have looked into. So it's called The Most Hated Children's Book, and it's currently, as of today, it's like the most recent video on Big Joel's channel. If you haven't watched him, he's got a million videos that are cool and funny, and it's talked about Bill Maher, and that's wonderful. And he tends to go after like the bigger conservative targets, like the Daily Wire and stuff like that. He did a video about the trans basketball movie that we've joked about, which I already forgot, that Lady Ballers. Did a bit about Lady Ballers. But he also does like kind of general media criticism and like talking about that sometimes as it's interesting to him. So this is a good intersection of both of those. And I don't know if I got anything else this week, but that's all I need. What do you so next week, FNAF 2, do you have anything to plug, Diggins?
Nope. What about you, Nando?
I made a video, and we didn't talk about this, which is good. Not good, but like fine, about the news that ScarJo might be in The Batman 2. I made a video about all the women it could probably be, which is most of the women Batman knows that aren't Catwoman. And there's, I think I like Matt Reeves.
Recast Zoe Kravitz?
No, but she is out of it. There's no Zoe Kravitz in this new one, which I'm kind of upset by, but also like if it's Scarlett Johansson, they're going in a direction I think they maybe could be going in. That could be fun, and it wouldn't really work if she was around. So we'll see. But I like those Matt Reeves Batman movie, like that one of them, and that.
I was gonna say one.
I was gonna say it's like a universe, but it's barely a universe. And it's one that I doubt will reference itself in the next thing. So we'll see what they end up doing. But yeah, so there's that video. I did a video about the Netflix thing, which we obviously talked about, and a video about Brainiac casting, which is something that's been talking about this week too, because maybe Matt Smith is going to be Brainiac in the Superman Superman Lex Luthor team up movie. But I only say that because James Gunn always seems to go with the obvious casting. There were other names that were floated, but they just didn't seem right. Although Batista, apparently, people have been talking about him recently, and I think that would be interesting. Because Brainiac is frequently jacked in comics these days. Like, he's a big dude, so I could see it.
Well, he gets just to build his own body, so why wouldn't he be jacked all?
Exactly. It's funny how, like, I don't know if this is like a power creep thing, but like Superman's villains are usually something, whatever it is, but also they could beat the shit out of Superman if things of that didn't go right. So like he has a lot of villains that in a normal, like if you gave them to Batman, they would just be the biggest problem Batman's ever had. But with Superman, it's like, yeah, he's this guy's up there. But he's like a mid-tier Superman villain. But anyway, yeah, so those are all in the Nando Cut, Nando V Movies, all that stuff. And then there's DJ, who's another person who does the podcast. Eventually he'll be back.
Eventually he'll resolve whatever's going on in that partnership of his.
Yeah, and the with the little, cub situation and stuff. Maybe it'll be for next week. Maybe it'll be for FNAF. I don't know what it's gonna take.
Maybe the siren song of Hutch will call him home.
Oh my God! And Diggins, did you watch the new I Love LA?
No, I haven't. I don't remember if we talked about it on mic or not, but you did ask me about this.
Oh my God, the Hutch in it is an incredible Hutch performance. Okay. Really, it's a big week for him. Something that you can say all the time because he's always doing incredible things. But between FNAF being the biggest movie of the week and then this, it's like, wow, I bet Hutch couldn't believe it was the same week for both. But anyway, so next week, FNAF 2. Until then, I've been at Nando V Movies on Twitter and Bluesky and stuff.
I'm at C Diggins exclusively on Bluesky.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.